Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board for March 21st, 2023, one day after the beginning of spring. So let's start off with updates from the Select Board. I'd like to make an update regarding town meeting, if you don't mind. So it's written out, so bear with me. In our packet is a letter from the Brookline Commission on Disabilities urging the moderator to request and the select board to approve an entirely remote annual town meeting, which would be a continuance of remote town meetings begun in 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The letter argued that the continuation of remote town meetings is an issue of equity, access, and diversity that was necessary to include in town meeting individuals with disabilities, financial constraints, mobility constraints, and personal and family health concerns. Unfortunately, our option for town meeting at this point is only an in-person town meeting. We do not have the option of either fully remote or hybrid town meetings. Maybe in the future, town meeting will be authorized to hold remote or hybrid town meetings, but we are not authorized at this point. Regarding a fully remote town meeting, if authorization to extend the current legislation to allow remote town meetings after the expiration of the current legislation on March 31st, the moderator will consider various factors, including the opinion of our health director, Sigali Reese, and determine whether a remote meeting would be appropriate. At that point, the select board can reconsider our vote on the warrant, which we'll take later on in the meeting. With respect to individuals with disabilities and mobility constraints, we will comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, as we always have, by providing whatever reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities are needed so that everyone has a reasonable opportunity to participate in town meeting. As she has done in the past, our ADA coordinator, Sarah Kaplan, before town meetings, sends out an email reminding town meeting members of their rights to reasonable accommodation upon request. And she meets with them to discuss reasonable accommodations for them in order to enable as many people as possible to participate in town meeting. Currently, the auditorium is fully accessible from the front and rear. We have the technologies necessary for hearing and sight-limited individuals, and the moderator will set aside a special area with heightened precautions against the spread of viruses. The health department is also providing high-quality masks and rapid testing kits at the auditorium. Unfortunately, some people will be inconvenienced. People may have to make babysitting arrangements or may not be able to attend because they are bedridden. That cannot be the reason for a fully remote town meeting. To the extent possible, however, accommodations may be possible for such convenience issues, such as babysitting services. Those would have to be arranged by individuals or groups or with the assistance of town personnel. So the select board will be approving tonight the warrant for an in-person town meeting. So thank you. That's any other announcements, updates, comments? Yes, Miriam.
Thank you. So I just have a few because I missed last week's meeting. So I did watch last week's meeting and just wanted to say a few quick words about it. I'm not too verbose, I don't think so. I beg you to bear with me for a few minutes. First, I want to acknowledge what my other select board members stated about the cannabis license vote. No one called me, emailed me, or pressured me in any way. As select board, we have to look at the forest through the trees and look holistically at the situation, and that's all that was happening there. The proposal to discuss moving the vote was that and only that. There was no nefarious reasoning or pressure by anyone. And I feel it's important to address this false narrative, so I wanted to make that clear. The second thing is, since I didn't get to chime in on the override and debt exclusion conversation, and I will be voting tonight, I want to say one quick thing. Nancy Wegman, a Brookline resident, wrote me an email that sums up my feelings on this in a nutshell, and she's given me permission to share. Thank you, Nancy. She writes, quote, "Public budgets are moral documents and the public statement of what we value today and the future we hope to build for our children," end quote. Like her, I support the debt exclusion for Pierce School project and the operating override as outlined by our town administrator, Chaz Carey. So I just wanted to say that. And I did want to say too, John, a few of those things that you mentioned, the farmer's market vouchers and the gatekeeping stuff, that is in the ARPA. That's already in the ARPA town administrator ask. So I didn't see the document where maybe it was misplaced, but it's already in there.
Great.
So
Good.
Great. Thank you. Mike.
I saw it today.
So following up from Bernard, from your comment about town meeting, I think I'm having a discussion, my request with Fung Yang, our IT department head, to discuss whether or not it's possible to accommodate via some hybrid mechanism, at least for those people who are unable to attend due to some form of disability. So we may have some capability of accommodating beyond what we think that we have, but we'll find out. I also want to say that the committee, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee, will have a meeting on the 29th to vote on its recommendation for a social equity policy. I received some suggestions back from committee members, and that will give us a chance to have a vote on the select board, probably well, I would hope the following week. And I should also say that we discussed at the CMAC committee, we discussed the licensing fee that's been proposed after discussions between the town administrator and the cannabis retailers. The CMAC does not have authority. It made their comments, and I've conveyed those comments to the town administrator. But in any case, that's a select board decision, and hopefully we'll be able to do that at the same time as we talk about and vote on the social equity policy. And Miriam, do you want to do a brief update on ARPA, or do you want to?
Yeah, I can do a brief update on ARPA.
Yep.
So to let you know, last week, I was not at the meeting, but I did watch it. I did a lot of YouTube watching between my flights. And we have kind of essentially green lighted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 proposals, and as well as the town administrator's slate. And we are still reviewing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 proposals, which we will be discussing at this coming Friday ARPA's meeting, which will be back at its regular 2:00 time. We'll be inviting the grantees for those 8 proposals to join us for a back and forth chat on those grants. And then most importantly, we hope to have a draft slate by the end of that meeting. We'll get input from the select board, and we will have a public hearing March 31st at noon. So please come and let us know what you're thinking at the public hearing. Will be all the usual rules, 3 minutes. We can take comments by email, or you can sign up ahead of time or at the time of the public hearing. Am I missing anything?
There's one other thing I want to add. Chaz mentioned at the ARPA committee meeting that we had a message from Congressman Auchincloss's office, the effect that there's some risk that uncommitted funds in ARPA would be clawed back or removed from being available in the course of a budget and debt ceiling negotiation in Congress. We have a little bit of time before that would happen, and I think we're en route to allocating all of the funds that we have available. But that nonetheless is something that gives us a little bit of a sense of timeline that may be a little shorter than we thought it was.
Great. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. I want to say just a few words. It's so hard to do justice to this gentleman, Michael Grunbaum, a neighbor, Dean Road, was 92 years old, passed away a week ago. Michael Grunbaum was a survivor of the Holocaust, and he became a person who took the experience that he and his family lived through and turned it into a lesson for all humanity. And I'm just going to read a few words from the obituary that was published about Michael. When he was in his 80s, he was still teaching lessons on Zoom when he died. But when he was in his 80s, he wrote a book, and it was called "Somewhere There's Still a Sun," and it was a retelling of his story, and it became published in multiple languages all over the world. And then the book led to other projects, including an animated film made by one of his sons. And in that animated film, Michael said, "I challenge you to find ways to use the lessons of the Holocaust to fix what's broken in the world. Making the world a better place starts with you." To sum up quickly, it was when he was just a child that he and his sister and their mother were sent to Terezin, which I think everybody recognizes as the name of one of the most notorious of the Nazi death camps. His mother was very skillful in negotiating a safe passage for them on trains, but unfortunately, that passed through Auschwitz, but then eventually led to an escape to safety, first in Cuba and then in this country. And the experiences that Michael had didn't end there. He didn't speak English when he arrived in Cuba. He ended up speaking multiple languages that he learned during his lifetime. The most important thing I think to say about him is that he was always focused on children. That's why he turned his experience into a children's book. And he and his wife, Thelma, never stopped believing in the power of that story to change people's hearts. And it's I would have to say with somewhat of a heavy heart, that we have to say life well lived to Michael Grunbaum, and offer some words of comfort, I hope, to his family, because they meant a lot to me, but I think they also meant a lot to Brookline. So thank you for the chance to say those words.
Thank you, John. Any other comments or updates from the select board? No, let's move on. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not the select board, but I want to make sure we, so as many of you know, the select board requested a presentation from the planning department on the implementation of the MBTA Communities Act today. And when we came to look at the schedule for the select board today, including numerous hearings, the setting the ballot questions, the budget review, and so forth, we wanted to make sure that this actually had the time available to it for the community to really hear and have a detailed discussion and not be under an artificial time pressure. So what we have done as from staff perspective to make sure that the public knows that we are moving along and engaged in this is, one, the planning department has been really excellent in scheduling a number of public meetings, including a kickoff last week that was attended by over 225 people. Thank you to everyone who attended. And thank you to the planning team for making that happen. That was great, and a great start and a learning experience for us about the questions that are out there in the community. There's going to be a follow-up meeting in mid-April to discuss the very issue of what are potential alternatives and how should we best address those. It is the select board's position that the warrant article that was submitted, it's my understanding that it's the select board's position that the warrant article submitted for this town meeting that talks about putting a committee together to discuss those alternatives is a good one. And we're working collaboratively with all, including with the petitioners of that warrant article, to make sure that we can actually get that work started before town meeting, potentially obviating the need for that warrant article. But obviously, we appreciate that they submitted that warrant article because of the time constraints involved there. But we continue to work collaboratively with them and with all members of the public to reach the right outcome in this, which is something that the community can pass and agree on. So we are very focused on that goal. You can see in the select board's packet this evening a memo from the planning department's director to to myself and the select board regarding a draft of the letter to the state with certain questions and comments about their guidelines for implementation of the MBTA Communities Act. This is a really important first step for us. It's also a step that we're taking in collaboration. Concurrently with this, I've had a number of discussions with elected and appointed representatives at the state level about our concerns with these guidelines, and we are really making great strides between us and staff and the members of the select board in building a multi-community coalition to make these guidelines better and make sure that they are appropriate for Brookline's needs. So I am confident that our approach is gaining steam, and I hope to have continued positive information for you on that front. So I look forward to being able to discuss this in more detail with the select board on the 28th. In the interim, I encourage folks interested in this to read the memo in the packet and come with any questions you might have on the 28th. It'll be good for you to have a week to kind of think through it and ask any follow-up questions or comments on that front. I do just want to add one last thing about town meeting and the remote/hybrid issues. I will say that as the chair said, we are committed to providing reasonable accommodations. It is the current opinion of the IT department that it is not feasible for this town meeting to be hybrid in any reasonable way, in any comprehensive way. The timeline is just too narrow, and we do not have the people power. So I don't want to get people's expectations up. We will obviously brainstorm whether any creative solution can be had to this, but I will tell you right now, I don't want people to have the expectation that on a month and a half's notice, we're going to have a hybrid town meeting. I don't think that's possible. I'm willing to be proved wrong, but I want people's expectations to be set accordingly.
Thank you. If no other comments from the select board or town administrator, let's move on to public comments. John?
Yes, thank you to those of us who are joining us for public comment. Those of you who are joining us for public comment, excuse me. Opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. I have a few rules to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. Don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. We encourage you to refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And Devin, who's first?
The first person signed up for public comment is Janice Kahn. You can join us at the presentation station and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much, Devin and Select Board. So thank you for the opportunity to make a brief comment. My first at a physical mic in 3 years. So I feel the newness of this. Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15. I'm also chair of the Public Safety Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee. But speaking for myself, in support of the town administrator's recommendation to appoint Jen Pastor, Chief of Police. In my role on the Advisory Committee, which involves reviewing the Brookline Police Department budget every year, I have had a unique perspective on this department, one of 2 departments in the town that operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure the safety of the community. The last few years have been particularly challenging for this department, which has been almost entirely without a permanent chief for nearly 3 years, something no other department in the town has had to face. And that lack of permanent leadership has had many repercussions, including losing well-trained officers to other municipalities and state agencies, and an atmosphere of low morale. Since Jen Pastor has been in the role of acting chief, there are indications that there is renewed optimism in the department. An example, 2 officers have recently transferred back into the department. So I support all the reasons that the town administrator has detailed for making this recommendation, and have every hope that Chief Pastor will bring needed stability to the department and will continue to work with the community writ large to move the department forward in responsive, effective policing.
And I also hope that the select board will vote to unanimously support the appointment of Jen Pastor as the next chief of the Brookline Police Department. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Childs. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Great. Thank you very much. Dear Chair Green and Vice Chair Van Scoyoc, Select Board members Ashkenazi and Sandman, I'm Elizabeth Childs of 157 Walnut Street and a town meeting member in Precinct 4. Before you vote tonight on the appointment of our town's police chief, I want to make certain you are aware of a hearing scheduled tomorrow, Wednesday, March 22nd in Norfolk Superior Court on a preliminary injunction against the town brought by 4 Brookline residents for violating the open meeting law in the selection of the police chief. Your vote tonight is premature and risks being void and of null effect should we, the plaintiffs, prevail tomorrow. As you know, we filed a complaint in Norfolk Superior Court last summer because we believe that the town violated the open meeting law in the previous police chief search. The town has proceeded in this current search with the same process. A flawed and secret process is harmful to the public trust and undermines full and well-deserved community support for the next chief, even if that next chief is a better choice than the failed appointment of Chief Ashley Gonzalez. I also want to remind you that Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 97, stipulates that the appointment term cannot exceed 3 years, which the Select Board violated in its last appointment for Chief Gonzalez when you approved a 5-year contract for him. I ask that you table your vote tonight on the appointment of a new police chief until after the preliminary injunction hearing tomorrow. By tabling your vote this evening, you are saving Brookline taxpayers money and ensuring that there is no question whether the next Brookline Chief of Police was duly appointed. Thank you for your consideration and listening to me this evening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bruce Levin. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good afternoon, Bruce Levin, TMM 17, Coolidge Corner. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I know we'll be discussing the ballot issue on cannabis later on. Everyone knows where I stand on it. I gave my views last night. I hope it is approved and goes forward on the ballot. Unless there are any questions, I won't bother anyone else tonight. I would like to mention something on the Yes on Pierce. I interviewed a lot of my neighbors to find out what they felt about it and had an interesting response. Many of them had kids that were either too young or grandkids all over the world to have them actually attend either the current or a modernized Pierce. Several of them told me why it matters. It matters because the value of the education in Brookline is baked, and several said that word, into our real estate. I think that has not been touched on, but is one of the key things that people are going to have to consider when doing the vote. Brookline, synonymous with good education. Don't we all benefit from having higher real estate? I've yet to meet anyone who Zillows their house and is happy when they see 30 or 50,000 less. Thank you for your time tonight.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. You've been promoted. You can unmute, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. So I just noticed today in the agenda, I guess that is the end of the discussion on the DHCD letter. Oh, I'm Marty Rosenthal, a town meeting member, Precinct 9, former select board member, etc. Blah, blah, blah. And so I guess that is probably the end of your discussion tonight, but I do want to comment on the draft that was in the packet. I have a few things that I noticed just this afternoon. First of all, it says on page 2 that we're supporting those conversations and providing more context, but I, you all know that I'm used to being an advocate. I don't see this letter as being strong enough to support these changes. I have used as a complimentary term for the wonderful planning staff, the term technocrats. But this letter really strikes me as too technocratic and not enough context. The things that are missing in this letter for me would be things like our already dense area. That there's a footnote about the other MBTA rapid transit communities. I'm not so sure they all have the same problem that we have. Certainly, Cambridge, Chelsea, Revere, Somerville do. I don't know about Quincy, Everett, and the others, but the point is that I think that needs to be expanded, that this act is a very difficult fit for the dense communities like Brookline and Somerville. And I think that this letter should explain that a little more. The second thing that I've harped upon is the threats to existing businesses. I think that should be discussed. It's a walkability issue. It's a climate issue. People will lose the businesses, including seniors that can walk to Harvard Street businesses. So that gets me to the real punchline on the technical issues. I don't really see the difference between the requests and the clarifications. The biggest request that I see in that draft is number 2, the requirement that a majority of the districts must be contiguous. I'm not even sure that's an accurate reflection.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's an accurate reflection of the guidelines. However, that is a big issue. The definition of contiguous in the guidelines it came out of whole cloth from DHCD. The statute says one or more districts, plural. And where the word contiguous came from out of that, I cannot imagine. I think that should be challenged, at least as a clarification. And
You've
it should
reached
be
3
highlighted.
minutes.
It's buried as number 2 on the last page, and it needs to be highlighted along with the issues of, quote, reasonable size and page 11 of the guidelines, reasonable sub-districts. I'd like to see all of that emphasized much better. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Janelle O'Neill. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donnell O'Neill Sr., town meeting member from Precinct 4, also on the advisory committee. And I serve on the public safety subcommittee underneath Janice Kahn, who spoke earlier. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and folks like me. 2 things. First is I would love, and others would love to see Officer Pastor become the chief of police. I was just saying this to my wife, that to see someone's dream come true from Brookline, born and raised, and actually see that person's dream come true and reach the level they want to reach in town, it's hopeful, and it's inspiring, and it's why I love being part of Brookline, why I call this home sweet home. So to see her reach that position and get that level, knowing that she was born and raised in this town, her family's here, and we all love and respect her and her family. To see her get that position will be a dream come true, not for just her, but for others in this community, in this town. I've been there 43 years, and that's a dream. That's a dream come true. My second thing was the ballot question and why I'm voting no on the cap. There's a number of reasons why, but I'll leave you with one. The major issue and the complaint has been teenage substance abuse, right? And keeping cannabis away from the kids. Now, I also serve on the advisory committee, subcommittee on Human Services under Susan Granoff, who's the chair. Yesterday we had a health department budget discussion, and a question was asked of what is the highest used substance from the teens in Brookline, Massachusetts, from the youth. The answer was, this might surprise some, and this is, you can go to the records and check this, was alcohol abuse. Then nicotine use, vaping, nicotine, and vaping cannabis. So that theory and that scare tactic that it's because of our kids, no. With voting no on this cannabis will support dreams and make dreams come true and allow for equity to really exist in Brookline in regards to the cannabis industry by allowing minorities, local minorities, to get involved in that industry.
You have 30
So,
seconds.
thank you, Devin. So please, I want everyone to understand, there was a bill, equity bill in regards to cannabis. It was passed into law November 8th, and we all need to comply. And I'm happy that we're getting a social equity policy because that's important. Thank you, Devin, and thank you everyone for listening. Have a good evening.
At this time, there are 48 virtual attendees and 3 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Thank you, Devin. Okay, moving along to miscellaneous items. I move approval of the select board minutes for March 7, 2023 and March 14, 2023. Any questions about that?
You're going to have to take that vote separately because I have to abstain from
Oh,
the
that's right.
14th.
Okay. So let's start off with March 7. All in favor? I'm sorry, any questions or corrections? Okay. All in favor of the select board minutes for March 7, 2023, say aye. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes aye. All in favor of the select board minutes for March 14, 2023, please say aye. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Abstain.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, we have 3 items that I'd like to vote in together. First, question of approving authorization to hire for a vacant buyer position in the purchasing division of the finance department. Second, award of the Tappan Street improvements contract. And third, approving extra work order number 1 with contract concerning the upkeep of trees and related work. Any questions about those? No. I move approval of items 3C, D, and E. All in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Next, police chief appointment.
There's
3B?
one more thing about the payroll director role.
Oh, God, okay.
Sorry about that. Let me put that up for you.
3B.
3B, it's on the first page,
Okay,
bottom of the first page.
Oh, it's actually in my notes here. I missed it. Apologize for that. So question of approving the authorization to hire requests for the payroll director, in the treasurer collector division of the finance department. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, next, police chief appointment. So let me just say that we will be formally voting to hire Chief Pastor as police chief once a contract has been negotiated and presented to the select board for approval. This vote, however, is to accept the town administrator's recommendation conditioned on a final contract being negotiated that we will, as I said, then approve. And it's also important that we vote so we can eliminate much of the uncertainty that has plagued the town and the police department for the past few years. So unless there's any question,
I mean,
Um,
just talk a little bit. It might be helpful to just have a little brief speak, just so folks who haven't read the memo or who might want a little more information on this are aware of the process and what happened on this. We had this process from start to finish was comprehensive, transparent, and clear. I was ably assisted, as I mentioned last week, by a team of volunteers from the community who provided me with community insight, but who did not make any decisions. I made all the decisions as reflected in the memo, and therefore there was absolutely no violation whatsoever of the open meeting law. Thank you. And on that front, I would say that we received 23 applications nationwide, from which I invited 5 finalists to participate, of whom 3 were candidates internal to the department and 2 were candidates external to the department. All 5 of those candidates were exemplary. They had exemplary records, and I would say in the course of interviewing them, exemplary ideas for Brookline. And so I would say we have reached an excellent conclusion in acting chief pastor. I have been fortunate to have worked with her as a new member of this community for the past 6 months. And I have seen what this community has seen in terms of the support she has within the department and the work that she has done, even in that acting role, to bring that department forward and make sure that it represents what the community wants it to represent, the best and the most comprehensive modern view of public safety. I know she is committed to leading this department forward, not to go back to the way things were, but to make things better, to really implement her vision of community-based policing. A lot of people may not know that Chief Pastor is in the process of getting a social work degree. She has an immense value on that work, and I think that really comes through in conversations with her. So I'm very excited for the beginning of negotiating these contracts and moving forward with her in this process. But I want to thank the other 4 finalists in particular, those candidates who were internal. I would say that you were, again, your work was exemplary, and I hope that you remain part of this department for many years to come, because I think we need exemplary leadership at all levels of the department. So I thank you for your applications, and I hope that you continue to provide the amazing service you have provided to Brookline. For those external candidates, I want to say you are a credit to the forces that you work for, and a credit to the policing world as a whole. It was remarkable to see the diversity of thought, but care and just operational excellence, and to hear how other communities operate. We learned a lot from this process. So thank you. Thank you to everyone who applied. Thank you to everyone who made comments. Thank you to the volunteer panel who assisted. And thank you to Acting Chief Pastor, who we will enter into these negotiations with the aim of expeditiously presenting a contract to the Select Board.
Mike, I wanted to add something, but
Oh, okay. Well, I wonder if I could just follow up to, because I was one of those 5 people that Chaz mentioned. We got a certain amount of advice from people that we didn't need to be interviewing people from outside the community. But in fact, I think it's fair to say that where there were outside applicants who were very appropriate candidates, as Chaz has referenced, Chief Pastor rose to the top, which is wonderful to have reached that conclusion. But the process was very valuable to look outside, and looking outside always is. And I hope that the next time we have a significant position to fill, people will remember the value of going through the process in this case. Thank you.
okay. I'd like to ask Town Council to just assure us that the number one, the process by which the advisory committee was set up was appropriate based on existing law. Number two, the remote, whether the success of this petition is remote or likely. And number three, whether, if it does succeed, whether it means anything more than just a delay in completing this process.
So Joe Callahan, Town Council, the chance of the Dr. Child's motion being granted tomorrow is remote. One detail that she forgot to include in her resuscitation of her allegations was that when she made a complaint last year, we responded. We wrote a 7-page memo with 7 attachments, and a month later, the Attorney General's office determined that there was no violation of the open meeting law. So she's already made this complaint. The regulatory body that enforces the open meeting law has already determined that we did not. Her and other residents chose to seek judicial review. That's fine, but it is unlikely that a Superior Court judge will take a different view than the Attorney General's office. There is an exception under the open meeting law called the Conley exception. When a body advises a single person, that is not covered by the open meeting law. But when a body advises a public body, that's exactly what goes on here because of the Town Administrators Act. The town administrator is allowed to recommend candidates, including just one. So the decision on who to recommend is the town administrators. And this search committee was recommending the town administrator. Dr. Childs brought this up last year, and the AG's office determined it was not a violation. So, the chance of success before a court when the AG's office has already determined it's not a violation is remote.
Thank you. So there's no reason for us not to vote.
I would recommend you go forward.
Thank
You're
you.
pretty conservative, I have to say. I think if you, I'm gonna take that to the
With my
bank.
curls?
Yes.
Okay, so any further discussion? I'm gonna make a statement after we vote, but
Just
Yeah,
quickly,
okay,
if
John.
I may. I'm looking forward to future Chief Jen Pastor, current interim Chief Jen Pastor, being here, and at which point I'll probably say a few more words. But I do want to say for tonight that I'm going to put the emphasis on thanking her, and I'm going to put the emphasis on thanking the other members of the department. Yes, it is true that as a general rule, a search that is wide is probably better than a search that is narrow. But I do think we have to be cognizant of our obligation to recognize talent when it exists within our own realm, within our own departments. And it can be very discouraging for talent to be told to wait to be recognized. And I think that's what happened in this case. And I'm awfully glad that it turned out the way it's turning out. I hope the next time we have a major position to fill that is sought by someone of the caliber of Jen Pastor from within a department, that we will get to the conclusion more quickly. I don't hold accountable anybody at this table for the fact that it took us as long as it took us. There's a long history to it that predates most of us here at this table. But I thank Jen Pastor for her patience and for sticking with the Brookline. And I thank all of the other members of the department who I've been in contact with for 3 years now, waiting for this to happen, for their patience. That's all I'm going to say tonight.
any other? I guess I'll make my so-called statement and right now before we vote, although it was really written for after the vote. To paraphrase Gerald Ford, you remember him, the town's long nightmare is over. Okay. It will be over when we approve the contract. And this nightmare, as I'm calling it, lasted 992 days and began on July 3rd, 2020, when Chief Andrew Lipson resigned after, in my opinion, totally unjustified attacks on the Brookline Police Department by people who should have known better and were channeling the racist behavior of a small number of the over 16,000 local law enforcement organizations in the country onto the Brookline Police Department. That was unfair. It was totally inappropriate. So from me, congratulations, Chief Jen Pastor, and thank you, Town Administrator Carey, for bringing us to this point over the past 6+ months of your tenure. We now have a full chief, a superintendent, and a full complement of deputy superintendents. We still have vacancies in the patrol ranks, but now that we are back on stable footing, hopefully we can quickly fill those positions. We have a chief who knows the town and is respected by the department and residents and is committed to the community policing model that without a doubt is most appropriate for Brookline and any other community. At any rate, thank you. That's my statement, and let's now vote. I move approval of the town administrator's recommendation to us, conditioned on negotiation and completion of a contract. All in favor? Mike, I'm sorry, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So feels good to get that over with. Next, we're selling some debt. They're going deeper into debt, but for a good purpose.
So, good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Green. So I'm Lincoln Heineman. I'm the town's finance director. And I'd like to just very quickly run through the high level of what's before you in terms of the debt and that's before you to be approved. And then run through briefly each of the documents that if you approve this debt, you'd be asked to sign as select board members. So what is before you is $9,285,000 in bonds that would be sold by the town to support projects that were approved by town meeting last May, and then also at the November town meeting, the special town meeting. And in addition, $1,165,000 in bond anticipation notes, bands, to support the feasibility study for the Pierce School. At a high level, while the bonds are at a true interest cost of 2.86%, the bands at 3.23%. While this is certainly higher than the borrowing costs that the town's experienced in the past, it remains one of the lowest, if not the lowest, borrowing costs this year certainly in Massachusetts for municipal bonds. It is significantly below the federal funds rate, as I'm sure members of the board and members of the public know. Certainly the Federal Reserve's actions to raise the federal funds rate over the last year have had a significant impact on borrowing rates across all kinds of borrowing, not just municipal bonds. But nevertheless, I think we should be pleased at this sale in that there were for the bonds, there were 15 bidders, in the words of our very well experienced financial advisor Hilltop. That is, if not a record, close to a record for the amount of interest in the debt that Brookline would be selling. And further, as part of this debt issuance, Moody's Investor Service did maintain Brookline's highest AAA rating. And just to briefly quote from their press release on that matter, that they were maintaining the AAA bond rating with a stable outlook, in quote, based on the town's improving financial position that is bolstered by formal fiscal policies and strong management and manageable pension and OPEB, other post-employment benefits liabilities. So that is the high level of what this proposed debt issuance before you for your approval is. Specifically for the specific documents, if the board approves this debt, there are a series of documents that, if you have not already in the back room there, that I'd ask for your signature on tonight. One is the actual bonds themselves. That is to say that there are the maximum. Some of this debt would be for 10 years. Some would be for 15 years. But it is literally the 15 years of bonds. That is to say, a bond for each year. that would be approved. And then in addition, the same document, the actual bond anticipation note itself for the $1,165,000 Pierce School bond anticipation notes. The third document is what's known, the third and fourth documents is what's known as the signature, no litigation, and official statement certificates. These are essentially some recitals, one of which is a recital from me, actually, the treasurer, not you, the board, certifying that everything in the official statement, which you folks had received earlier, preliminary official statement, certifying that all that information is correct about the financial status of the town and the financial details of the town. Part of what you, the board, would be certifying in your signature would be certifying, for example, that no other debt related to these authorizations by town meeting has been issued, which it hasn't, right? This is the first time we're issuing debt after this is the first time we're issuing debt for non-water sewer projects since the May town meeting. So again, there's documents for each of those for both the bans and the bonds. And then significant events disclosure certificate. And then that's for the bond anticipation note and continuing disclosure certificate for the bonds. Again, this is these are certifications whereby the town is certifying that it would notify the MSRB, the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board, if, for example, the town was to default on any bond. The town has never done that. I'm sure I can say with confidence it never will. It certainly is not likely occurrence in any way, but it is again reciting things that the town would inform the MSRB if certain things occurred. If another thing is, for example, if the rating changed from AAA. And then finally, the tax certificate. So the main focus of this is to certify that the debt is in compliance with being tax exempt. And it is tax exempt because it is being used for a governmental purpose, right? For a municipal purpose, and certifying that these funds aren't, for example, being turned over to a private entity and would therefore in some way jeopardize the tax exempt status, and also certifying that we are intending to be in compliance with the federal government, the IRS arbitrage rules. So for example, the essence of that is that the town would not be investing these funds so as to receive a higher interest rate than the interest rate that we are paying on the bonds, so that the town would not be making money off of issuing this debt and then seeking a higher interest rate through savings. And also asserting, which is in fact the case, that at least 85% of these funds, the town intends that they would be spent within 3 years. So that's sort of another basic IRS, arbitrage guideline. So those are the documents. Obviously happy to take any questions in general about the debt that would be proposed to be issued, or specifically about any of the documents that you'd be asked to sign.
Any questions? Could you give us assurance that when we sign the documents that, excuse me, that we're able to rely on your expertise as opposed to our own expertise with respect to the truthfulness of the material, the information in the documents, and the diligence with which you have researched those issues? That's our real concern, right? We're signing our names on these fancy documents, and I just want to make sure that everyone knows that we are not, committing beyond just the requirement that we be aware of and speak up if there's something that's clearly wrong.
That is precisely correct, right? So for example, as I noted earlier, the official statement itself, while the board is certifying certain things, like, for example, that we as a town will notify the MSRB if our rating changes, I specifically am the one who certifies that our official statement, that is to say, the 156-page document that I helped to write, is correct. But I'd also say in a general sense, I give you that assurance from me, but I'd also say in a general sense, it is a team effort. So we have I mentioned Hilltop earlier, our financial advisors. They are very well respected and known in the field, and they review the official statement. They help to revise it, in addition to myself. And then also Loch Lord, our well-experienced bond counsel, also reviews all of these documents. But I would also give you my assurance that it is correct.
John.
Well, I feel like I'm treading into an area that I'm just, not fully versed in. But can you just educate all of us as to why the general obligation bonds would have got a rate of 2.86%, whereas the bond anticipation notes got a 3.23% rate? And does that have something to do with this $952,000 premium that was associated with the former of the two?
It doesn't have anything directly to do with the premium. The
Okay.
reason is because we're in an what's known as an inverted yield curve environment. So it is very unusual, right? That short-term rates are more than long-term rates. And they are more not just for Brookline, but for any borrower out there because of the actions of the Federal Reserve with respect to the federal funds rate, the rate that banks are able to borrow overnight between themselves. So, and the reason I don't have a PhD in economics, but I think I can speak pretty intelligently on this. The reason for that is because investors, while the rates are high now, and investors expect the rates to be high now because of the actions of the Federal Reserve, investors do not expect that rates will continue to be high, for example, over 15 years. So that is why the underwriters of the bonds and the bond anticipation notes, why it is higher for that lesser term duration, the 1 year for the bond anticipation note. It is not in any way directly related to the premium. There may be some marginal interaction there, but the main interaction is the inverted yield curve.
Yeah, thank you.
So what the Fed is doing is called twisting the tail. Normally, short-term rates are lower than long-term rates when you look at the curve. In this case, it goes the other way. And if you want to get even deeper into it, you can Google twisting the tail as a phrase.
Afraid of what I might find. I don't know.
Well,
that phrase could apply to a lot of
it
things.
could be, but it's typically used, at least in my experience, with regard to the interest rate curve.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, let's vote.
You're gonna get me in trouble.
So the vote language is in your packet, but
Okay,
you don't need to read the whole vote. Like
Okay.
you can simply refer to the vote language in the package.
So I move approval of authorizing.
Twisting the tail.
I move approval of authorizing 9,285,000 general obligation bonds of the town of Brookline to Fidelity Capital Markets and $1,165,396 in bond anticipation notes to be awarded to Fidelity Capital Markets. All those in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
Thank you. And again, if to those members of the board who may not have had a chance to sign, if you can make sure you do before tonight. You leave
We will.
tonight, that'd be great. Thanks again.
And promise not to get any pizza stains on it. Either, so.
Okay. Next, ballot question for the May 2nd annual town election. You want to
Sure.
kick that off?
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for your comments and thoughts from last week during the public hearing on this matter. We have taken those comments back, and there are a number of additional materials in the select board packet regarding these ballot questions as a result. I think perhaps the biggest ticket item in terms of potential impact to the bottom line of any potential override, the question you asked to the Recreation Department Director, I want to thank Ms. Jackson for taking the time and then following up on this, does she have the money to do what she's currently doing now for a set period of time without necessarily needing recourse to the override? Her initial answer to that question was, I think so, yes, but we needed to cost it out. So in our memo to you, we have now cost that out. There is money based on ARPA, assuming that we thank the committee for their moving forward of the round 2 request for the town. There is money in ARPA funds to move this through to the end of 2025 in its current state, which is providing scholarships to those families at or below 65% of the area median income. I note that this does exclude summer camp, which I know is a high priority for a lot of people. I would say that there are 2 issues on the summer camp front. One is it is the single largest, most expensive portion of the recommendation of the Warrant Article 26 committee. It would be around $400,000 a year in additional expenses. But perhaps more importantly in this, if in our context here, it requires space. And space still remains at a frustrating premium for the Recreation Department. We are working as best we can to collaborate in potential public-private partnerships and in discussions with the schools. I hope to have better news on that front. I hope that this is one of those things that as we develop relationships with private entities that have space that rec could potentially use, that we can build that out. But I don't see, it's just a continually vexing issue that is hurting the feasibility of implementing the full scale of that warrant article committee's recommendations at this time. So in answer to the board's question, if you want what's currently being offered to continue as a pilot program, there is no need for additional override funds for that. If you want to try and implement the recommendations of the Warrant Article 26 committee, then I would recommend restoring that, putting that question on the ballot at the $1 million mark, because that is ultimately the amount of money that I think is the right amount in order to ensure the potential success of the program. Although again, space is always going to be the limiting factor here.
In light of space issues and other issues, you're recommending what's in the memo as opposed to $1 million.
I think at this juncture, right, you have the option here. I think it would be difficult as a practical matter now, based on what the Recreation Director and I have talked about, to implement the full scale of that program. But
So, sorry.
Did you have your hand? first?
Yeah, I was, one of the things that we talked about at the last meeting was whether we could get a sense of what the number of spaces, what the demand was likely to be for example, for summer camp, recognizing that we haven't offered it, so you can't really tell for sure, but also what the cost per child would be. And appreciate and I think we also referenced the fact that we had a space constraint. But I'm kind of betwixt and between here as to whether it's appropriate to go forward with this, and I very much support the idea. But if there's no way to implement it, what do we do with that? We have the ability to support the existing program with the funds that we already have available from ARPA. So,
Miriam?
I think that's, I think the bottom line is, so the recommendation would then to not put another line on the ballot for $1 million override request.
right, but commit on our end to maintaining this program through the ARPA period of performance as long as the money will last us. That will also coincide if the town is thinking about this in terms of 3-year override cycles, with the discussion of what the next override might look like.
right. And that was actually my thought, is that, okay, let's do this next time. But in the meantime, it seems to me like the most opportune way to, the most opportune path for finding space is to work with the local universities that have space, including space in Brookline now at Pine Manor. And can you give us any sort of update? Is there?
We had a great introductory meeting with Boston College about Pine Manor,
Okay.
and that issue was raised. I think everyone on both sides is amenable to the idea. It's obviously just in its infancy now. They're still trying to figure out their long-term planning for that space. It is a very exciting plan for them in terms of building out a junior college and a college prep program, summer
Yep.
program for disadvantaged youth from 7th to 12th grade. So we think there's real opportunity there. And we're really interested in continuing to engage in discussions with BC about that. But we're at the starting line there.
The thing I'm concerned about is that if we get past the starting line and a year from now, we actually have space available, if we don't do something now, we won't have funds available.
That is a risk.
How likely is it that you would get beyond the starting line to a point where it's feasible to have a program within the next couple of years?
I think it will be feasible to expand this program out somewhat. That would be my thought, is that, and this budget does budget for a modest increase. Right now, we're talking about 150 spots, really. And we're not talking about summer camp. The major constraints on this program were transportation, which is not a problem, also a problem not easily solved, but that tends to add in terms of costs per
Per slot.
no, not, it adds per slot, but I would say, over the course of the quarters, if you look at it in terms of a quarter.
Oh, yeah.
You're really talking about, between $25,000 and $40,000, potentially more in the summer if there's increased use there.
Yeah.
And then, space. So there, I think getting the space is more likely than potentially arranging a broader sort of transportation option. And I think that will limit total uptick. I think, and I want to apologize. It was a comment that was made last time that I think is important to highlight, which is from Bonnie Bastian in the Q&A, who said that one of the major limiters for people interested in this is transportation.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And so it is something that we have to take into consideration there too. It's not just space. It's getting a bus contract. It's figuring out what the bus routes are, how to get people who are scholarship eligible on those buses and to these programs.
Have you talked at all with the folks who were involved in the Article 26 committee to get a sense of their understanding of the situation?
We haven't had time this week. It's been a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of just logistics of, to answer this question of what is feasible with what we currently have.
Miriam?
The question is, and I don't mean to, but I think I'm along the lines of Mike thinking that this seems like something we have to solve as a town, but the question is, what if we solve it by providing vouchers for these kids to go to camps at other places?
That's a possible solution. I think the one other aspect of this that we should take into consideration is that there's likely to be a round 3 of ARPA. I know. But let me be clear what that is. The round 3 of ARPA is not an open enrollment kind of process.
Yeah, it'll be very different.
It's going to be very different because it will be at the end of the obligation period, and it will be looking at any money that we still have left over. For example, if projects, in an ideal situation, projects come in under budget. Wonderful. That's money that can then go back, that we can then refocus on efforts like this. But there won't be enough time for that sort of community-oriented process that I'll characterize the first 2 rounds. It's going to be on a 6-month timeline. So obligating this would be a good opportunity to obligate funds towards that. So if we do in fact have the capacity, and that's a priority for the community, I think that actually lines up pretty nicely in terms of solving the problem, is that that's an ARPA eligible expense that you can put that additional ARPA funding towards.
Yeah, well, it is a priority for the community. I mean, town meeting was approved of this. The committee did a lot of work.
Yes.
I hate to have that postponed. I realize it won't be lost, but I hate to have it postponed. I'm going to think about, I'm sorry, I have to, I'm sort of processing this. Go ahead, John. or
Yeah, just a comment or two that might help in the decision-making process. I just want to remind folks that among the folks who have been, saying we're not sure that we're ready to launch all of this just yet, are people from the Park and Rec Commission. So I think we need to kind of give this some time so that there can be some results from the program that is being ARPA funded through the end of 2025. And I think a number of questions need to be addressed, all of which have been sort of touched on here, but let me just sharpen the focus a little bit. One of the things that will have to be decided is, as our town administrator pointed out and others have commented on, the where of these, especially, the summer camps. And the options are not limited to, say, a remote location in South Brookline, but perhaps ought to include discussion of school spaces. I'm talking about, K-8 school spaces. Why? Well, for one thing, that eliminates, or it might at least partly eliminate, significantly eliminate the transportation problem. It creates convenience for people who will be utilizing the programs, and that they can go perhaps to their nearest school as opposed to having to rely on getting on a bus and returning on a bus. And yet that is not at any point, this is not anywhere near being fully developed and discussed with the relevant people from the school department. So that's another consideration. And yet another consideration is how many slots overall will there be space for, given where we decide we're going to locate these programs? And if the consequence of the scholarship program is that the scholarship program is so popular that all of those spaces could be filled just with scholarship applicants, what happens to those who have traditionally been experiencing these programs and who have paid fees? And what happens to the fee-based revenue that in fact helped traditionally the recreation department to provide programs? So there's a lot of moving parts to this. And I for one think our town administrator has made the right recommendation as to how to proceed.
Okay, could you also discuss the other item on the override, the composting, and then explain to people the structure that we're talking about and how that would work?
Sure.
And then I want to talk about the sequence of questions on the ballot.
Okay. So you have two options for how to present the operating override questions to the public. And you have done both of these at different times before. You could do what is typically called a menu option, which is you could say question, we'll say 2 in this case is the base operating override. Question 3 is composting. Or you could say question 2A is the base override. Question 2A, you must vote for question 2A in order to vote for question 2B, which is the composting. That's typically called a pyramid structure. Given that we're looking now, it does appear based on this conversation that we're looking at 2 override questions rather than 3. There's no need to consider a kind of third option where you could vote for maybe 2 out of the 3 or so forth. And town council's informed me that no municipality has ever done that in Massachusetts, so we probably shouldn't start now. Those are really your 2 choices, and then it's a matter of your preference in terms of what you think is appropriate for the public and what you think the public would like to see on this.
Could you also help us understand, why we're putting the composting as a separate, or why are we including it at all?
Yeah.
And secondly, it's a fee-based system as opposed to a no fee, and there's a reason for that.
So right now you have, again, we've costed out 2 potential options here, and it has sounded like the tenor of your discussion so far has been in favor of a fee-based option, which lowers the total override amount because the fee offsets some of the costs of the program. I want to thank our commissioner of DPW, Erin Galantine, for all of her work, in addition to the many other things that she and her staff have done on this, is really thinking about how to actually make a composting plan work. These standalone questions are about two things. One is what's the ultimate feasibility? Is it something that independent entities have costed out and thought through? Is it something that we can do? And two is, what is the how does it intersect with the town's overall priorities? It's my understanding, from the conversations with the select board, again, that what we're looking at in terms of the base overrides priorities is continuity of services, restoration of things that were set aside during the pandemic, making sure that we're spending money on things that we will save money later on, like increasing planning capacity to diversify our tax base. All of those things in the past months that I've been working with you are things that you have raised in your budget summit and elsewhere as vital to the health of the town. Composting, while definitely an engaging proposition and certainly something that has immense climate change value and is of value to the community, is something that can be voted on standalone and is not necessarily something that would be is a new initiative that is not necessarily part of that broader group of things that you discussed. That is why, and from the initial perspective, composting has been set aside as on the ballot as a potential issue there.
Mike, you
I
raise your hand?
well, sort of. I have to go back to the recreation for a second, and one of the things that we talked about is that there's a practical ceiling when you add up the total that we're asking voters for, and if we're not going to use the potential, if we're not going to consider $1 million for the recreation scholarships, what does that say about going back to the base override and thinking about whether we want to use some of that headroom in the base?
We have considered that. I think there are two things to be spoken for here. One is in your packet. If you look at the document that the assessor provided,
Yep.
If you add up everything that's now on the ballot, if you were to vote for, or potentially on the ballot, if someone were to vote for the full slate,
Yep.
I believe that would increase property taxes by around 9.4%.
Yep.
So we're already very close to that top line. I do, can I think of things that would potentially, that the town could use potentially that
Right.
would be good to have in the near future? Yes, absolutely. But do I think, given where you are, that I think we have a good process that's in place now. I also think that it's important from our perspective to think about what we've promised the community.
Yeah.
As part of this discussion. I think changing the game now to the tune of $1 million at this late stage might prompt more questions than it answers.
Mary,
Yeah, I want to clarify a few things, just so that I fully understand. We could rent space, but we don't actually physically have the space to rent that's sufficient. Is that correct?
We have been unable to secure that
Identify,
space.
okay.
Yeah.
So it's not really that we don't have the money to rent the space, it's that the actual sufficient space has not been identified as a possible option.
Right.
That's the first thing. The second thing I want to clarify is, so if we put it on there and we get the $1 million and then we don't actually spend it right away, we can eventually spend it on this, right? What keeps us from putting it on there, giving the voters the option? And then as the program grows, we actually have the capacity to grow the program as we find, I guess what I don't understand is why we have to have all the answers now, that we can give this to the voters to decide. And then if they say that this is something that's important, which I think we're already hearing that it's something that's important, then as things work out with Pine Manor and BC, as things change with Newberry, we actually have the money to then pull the trigger, invest and grow and build the program. And if we don't spend the money now, well, in 2025, we're going to need more money to keep the existing program going. So there's the money. I just feel like this money will go to this. Maybe not
Ultimately.
tomorrow, but in 6 months or a year or 2 years, I think we should give the voters the chance to vote. So that's how I mean,
Re-
I understand all of the tension, but I just feel like
Yeah.
it's not enough for me to not
Yeah.
put it on there.
So one aspect of the tension is, I think many of us are just concerned about the voters not voting the override. And, we have an example in our neighboring community of Newton where they turned down an override. I mean, they did pass to debt exclusions, but, that is a factor. Whether it's, deciding factor is another question, but it's a factor.
So just have 2 points to that.
Yeah.
But I think it's a legitimate concern, but I also will point out that we have a very different record in passing overrides than
Yeah,
Newton does,
it's
which is
completely
important,
different.
right? Completely different. They have a history of, was it 50% of the time they don't pass their overrides?
We've rejected overrides too.
But much less frequently. Right? That's fact, much less frequently. The second thing I would say is we're not making one contingent on the other, right? People will first, I personally think I'm going to vote for this where they have to pass the base override before we get anything else. I think we have to pass the base override. So if yes, A, then B. That's what I'm voting for. I don't want composting if we don't have like basic services. To me, that doesn't make any sense. So we're in a position to set it up so that this is an option that they can vote for, but only after they pass the base override. So we know your concern in that sense.
Don?
Yeah, I just want to offer a variation on Bernard's concern. And that is that I think we have to ask ourselves if we are undermining the credibility of future overrides. If we start to propose overrides for things we might do at some point in the future. I think it's hard enough to make the case for things we know we need to do, but we don't have the money to do it. If we start sort of saying, there's a program we might want to have, depending on whether this falls into place, that falls into place, and the Park and Rec Commission gets on board, and the school department gets on board, then maybe we might have that program in the future. So we want an override now. I just find that creates a credibility problem, and it makes me uncomfortable.
I will just say one thing on this. It is the historic expectation of Brookline that of an override cycle every 3 years, barring something uncommon happening, like a pandemic.
Okay.
But it need not necessarily be your rule on this. One potential option is that you could have a standalone override vote on this at another time. For example, in 2020, after 2025, after the ARPA committee expires, it's an option. But it's just one of many potential options here.
Okay, can we vote? Here are the things I think we need to vote on. I'd like to vote first on the order of the ballot questions. I would propose that the Pierce debt exclusion be first. Second, the override in whatever form we put it. And thirdly, the cannabis articles. I mean,
Right.
Do that again. First,
debt exclusion.
okay,
Second, whatever the override structure that we come up with, which will be the next vote. And then third, the cannabis.
okay.
Okay. Is there agreement on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to vote on that?
No.
Okay, so there's agreement. It's in the minutes. Okay. Please don't call me, folks. Secondly, we need to figure out how we're gonna, what is the override gonna look like?
Mhm.
So I guess, the town administrator has proposed one way of addressing the
Yep.
recreation piece of that. And can we just vote on that, or?
Well, I think the pyramid is, personally, I'd like to have the pyramid. I gather that Marion would as well.
Well, the pyramid would apply to the compost unless we vote to include, include,
right.
yeah.
The pyramid would apply to whether we end up putting
Right.
the recreation thing on or not. It applies absolutely to the compost. So that I think those two, the order and the use of the um, what Chaz has referred to as a pyramid strikes me as being something that we can certainly vote on that. We're still sort of like, where are we on the on rec? Yeah.
John.
It's just a couple of requests, excuse me. The first is to allow for some context to the statement, which, the town administrator is not the first person to have said this, that Brookline, the expectation is we have overrides every 3 years. We had an override in 1995. We had an override in 2009. 13 years separating those two, or 14 years, I guess. And we then had one in 2016, 7 years separating. And then we had one in 2019. So that was the first time that there was a separation of 3 years. And now it's 2023, and there would be a separation of 4 years. So, I've heard this said over and over again, and I just never can figure out where was that put into some kind of narrative that we have to sort of follow for all time, into the future, that every 3 years people in Brookline expect to have an override. It's news to me.
I think that was
Actually,
part of the feedback proposal.
Actually, it's part of BFAC, and it's something that that I've been saying pretty consistently.
I know.
Not that,
When you
not
say
that.
it, I think,
Just
when did we vote
let me clarify. Let me clarify what I've been saying. I haven't said that we've had an override every 3 years. I'm saying that what we should do is recognize that we're going to need an override every 3 years.
And
It's
that's your
very
opinion.
different. Absolutely, it's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'll stand by that opinion based on what I've seen thus far in 20 years of service to the town. Yeah, that's that's my opinion. But absolutely, it's not a matter of, well, we've had an override every 2 years. Of course not. No,
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
And it's not the same as Brookline expects to have an override every 3
Well, I would love to have people expect that, but again, that's aspirational.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But the second thing, I'm sorry, I had a second thing. I think perhaps the town administrator is the best person to do this. Could you just offer people the explanation of how the pyramid works? Because I have a hard time just sort of figuring out how voters are going to respond when they see the instructions on the ballot telling them what they have to do to get to approval of the compost.
Sure. So the question on the ballot will be framed this way. I actually have proposed text from town council's office. Let me pull this up so that people have an understanding of what it says and what it means. Questions 2A and 2B are separate questions. You may vote for or against each question independently. Each question requires a majority of those voting on that question to pass. If both questions 2A and 2B pass, the question with the highest dollar amount will prevail over the other. It's a funny legalistic way of saying, if you pass 2A, which would be the base override, then great, that passes. Question 2B is the base override plus the composting. So it's all three in one question, and that would be the highest dollar amount. So if you vote yes on 2B and yes on 2A, what you're saying is, I want both. I want whatever the highest dollar.
No,
amount
that's
is
very
passed.
confusing.
But what we're looking for, what we're looking for is we want the choice to be, if you want to vote first on the base amount,
Yeah.
larger amount, and if you vote for that, then yes or no on the next bite and the next.
Yeah, I know this is
that's what he said.
confusing. Unfortunately, and I think town council can speak to this. This is the language that we've been given by the state on this front, or that the state has developed on this.
But
Because
we've done this,
because to me, what's going to happen is people are going to see that and they're going to think,
vote individually.
yes, they're going to think
Yeah.
I'm voting for 2A and 2B, and that this is going to be a $24 million
No, I don't think that.
whatever.
So we've done this before. We did this in
2008 did this.
was it 2008 or the next one up? Did we have?
Do you have the language from 2008?
It was 2008, Mike. And there were two options that were a part of it. It was world language and additional time.
Right, right.
both
Yeah, thank you,
questions
Melissa.
passed.
Yeah, I remember the world language part. So I didn't realize it was 2008. That's even longer ago than I thought it was. So,
You're old, Mike.
yeah, there's no question about that. There's
Mind you.
no
Not
question.
nice to
about that.
remind them.
Oh, I see.
or
I don't
me.
mind. No, I don't mind being reminded at all.
He knows I'm just teasing.
Not the least.
So
Uh,
that was actually how it was structured. It was the exact same thing. Questions 1A and 1B are separate questions. You may vote for or against each question independently. Each question requires a majority of those voting on that question to pass. If more than one question passes, question with the highest dollar amount will prevail. And in that case, 1B passed with both of them passed.
Both of them passed, yeah.
Right, but 1B was the highest dollar amount, so it went into effect.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so
Wait,
when
wait,
you
wait.
say the highest dollar amount, it's the combination of the two that's on B.
Yes.
Got it. All right. I misunderstood that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry. It is confusing to say it out loud.
Yeah.
I mean,
Got
just so
it.
you get a sense, I'll read you what in our case, 2B would say.
Right.
Should the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional fill in the blank in real estate and personal property for the purposes of funding the costs of Brookline Public Schools to $6,988,367, funding the costs of additional expenditures in municipal departments for $4,995,000, and funding the cost of municipal composting collection service.
Okay.
Fill in the blank for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023.
Okay. I misunderstood what you're saying. That is what I remember from 2008. Thank you, Melissa. And that makes sense to me.
How do you vote just for the main override, not the composting?
2A.
Great.
Shall the town of Brookline, you vote no on 2B. So you say for 2A, you say, shall the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional $11,983,367 in real estate and personal property taxes,
Okay, I got it.
schools and the.
Okay. One other question in terms of the wording. Presumably it makes no legal difference whether the town, $4 million and change, comes first before the school, $6 million and change. Gaming that out is beyond my comprehension.
It doesn't, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
John,
I think the initial reaction of people was interesting, in that, I fear that voters, just like we at this table did, yeah, they'll get it eventually if they sort of, stay in the little voting, booth there, for 5 minutes, reading it, rereading it, thinking about it, do I really understand what this is? But, be that as it may, it seemed to work in past years. I'm sure, people in Brookline are pretty smart. They'll figure it out. I do worry that, people might be dissuaded from voting for the compost program because they see that it's also associated with an amount for the schools and an amount for the town, and they have just voted an amount for the schools and an amount for the town, and they might not recognize that the amount is the same in the two parts of the question and come to the correct conclusion, oh, it's not like I'm adding more to what I just voted for the town and the schools. It's that's the same. And if I vote for this question, I'll get that and I'll get the composting. That's the leap that their mind has to make, is that even though they'll vote twice for amounts of money for the school and the town, they're only voting once for an amount of money for the schools in the town. So I do hope people understand that when they vote. And the other thing that I just hope that they understand, in fairness, because this is the consequence of the way we are structuring this question, is that a person who wants the composting program, but not the general override, has no choice.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Don't be so enthusiastic about
No,
it.
No. look,
Well, I'll tell you,
My original.
That's
statement.
I can buy that sort of a connection when there is a necessary link between the two things. For example, if there was in the general override a fire engine, and then in the additional override, for whatever peculiar reason, there was the equipping of the fire engine, you wouldn't want to vote the equipping of the fire engine if you hadn't voted for the fire engine. But there's nothing to stop Brookline from saying yes to a curbside compost. Cambridge has had it for 5 years. And there's not, let me finish.
I stopped myself. You're right. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Cambridge has had such a program for 5 years.
Women are always in.
No interruptions, please, applies to you too, if you don't mind. has had a program for 5 years. Brookline, if they so choose, might want to have a program for 5 years. This is an opportunity to have the program for 5 years, but we're basically saying, but you don't really have an opportunity to have the program if you don't favor the general override, because we're making you vote yes on the general override in order to get the program, with no explanation of why the two are necessarily connected. That's all.
So I just disagree. I think the two are in fact connected. I don't think you can offer a bonus municipal program at the expense of basic municipal programs. And we're asking for support for basic municipal programs in the override. So I think your analogy is actually quite fitting. I think we are in fact asking for the fire engine and then asking to equip the fire engine. We're asking for money for DPW. We're asking money for our roads. We're asking money for things that are necessary for this town to function. And those need to come first before we start asking money for composting. As much as I support composting, and I am I'm already forgetting the name of the Black Earth composter. So I fully support it, and I do that on my own, and I know that not everyone can do that, but I think your analogy does apply here. For me, the money that we are asking for municipal functions is the fire engine. So I'm not going to lose any sleep tonight saying, no, they can't just vote on composting and be damned everything else.
Okay, I think we know what the question is. So what I'm going to move is the select board voting to accept the recommendation of the town administrator with a pyramid structure that includes a fee-based composting component. Is that accurate and clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're leaving rec
Right.
off the table here.
Right. Okay. All in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike.
I'm not happy about leaving rec off without some further consideration, but I will vote aye. I want this to be on the ballot, and let's
And
move
let
it.
the record show that you squinched.
I missed. So this is, I'm sorry, I thought rec was going to be a separate vote, like to add it. We're not.
No. I mean, the town administrator's recommendation was not to have rec in the main or as a separate vote, but to have composting as a separate vote and a pyramid structure.
This would take rec off the table.
Can we vote to have rec on just so that Mike and I can express our yes votes for that?
Can you start over?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, take a separate vote on that, right?
Yeah, you can take a separate.
I mean, that's what I thought we
Well,
were
after
doing.
after we
Oh,
vote
yeah.
on this structure,
Yeah.
we've already decided. So
Well, so yeah, maybe what you should do is vote on whether or not you want to add rec to the ballot, because again, you know, the memo to you is, it is your choice, right?
Yep.
This is a political decision on your part.
so we'll complete this vote, and then we'll have another vote
Okay.
to amend the vote to include.
All right, then I will wholeheartedly say aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye. Now, we're voting on whether to amend that vote. I assume that's the right way of putting it, to include the recreation program within the main override.
Not within the main override,
I'm sorry, as a separate,
Effectively as question.
Right.
yeah, as question
but
2C.
within the pyramid structure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
So if that were added, would it require that the person take the additional step of voting for the composting program to get to the step that includes the
Yes.
recreation program?
Yes, if you were to do it a pyramid structure, then the pyramid structure would be the most expensive thing at the bottom, second most expensive thing, which is composting, and then the least expensive thing, which is rec at the top.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
All in favor of adding the recreation piece to the override?
No.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes no.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any need to vote on the cannabis piece of this?
So you now have to vote on language, assuming that you're set generally with the discussion on this front. You have to move the specific language, and town council has language in your packet. So
Okay.
I have sample vote language for you if you want, for Pierce, the operating override, and the cannabis.
Okay.
Again, assuming that that's what you want to put on the ballot.
Is there any objection to that?
Are you asking the members?
Yeah, well, who else?
No, it wasn't clear to me. Does town council have anything that he wants to add? I don't know if there's been any change in the week that went by based on the discussion last week. I'm just, if the answer is no, that's fine.
So the Joe Callahan, Town Council, the memo that I sent on the 20th is different than the one that you have on the 10th. There was different setup for the override questions, and the format for the cannabis cap question has changed. So I think those are the two big changes.
Could you sum up the changes for us?
Sure. So one thing that was unclear in the memo of the 10th is what's on the ballot and what's in the mailer. So we were trying to put as much on the ballot as we could. Now that the town, through warrant article 2 in January, adopted chapter 5318B. However, what our research revealed is adopting that warrant article doesn't add anything to the ballot. It just allows the mailer. So I separated it out to show you what's going to be on the ballot, which is just the questions, except for the fact that cannabis under chapter 94G, section 3, has a specific, this is what the ballot is going to look like. And it has a town council summary and a text of the new bylaw, which under chapter 59, which governs override questions, doesn't have that. So your ballot is going to look a little different. There'll be bare questions for the debt exclusion and the levy overrides, but there'll be a little bit more for the cannabis question. And then all the information people are looking for from warrant article 2 will be in the mailer, which is the question, one sentence summaries, a summary by town council, arguments for and against by the proponents and opponents.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay, my question is, do I read what's in the packet?
I have votes for you.
Okay, is that what's in the packet?
Yeah, it's a little different because there are blanks on the final dollar amount. So not to make it harder.
Nothing's
than it
ever
already
final.
is, yeah. So
Okay.
for Pierce, that's, and then you.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yeah,
Sure.
I thought this was about cannabis. How does Pierce come into it?
The ballot language.
The ballot. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're starting at the top and going down.
All right, but we don't need a separate vote to put the cannabis
You
question
do,
on?
you're going to take 3 votes. You're going to take a vote on question 1, vote on question 2, and a vote on question 3.
Okay.
And then at the end, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm going to read the text of the questions into the record so that there's no doubt whatsoever of what's being on the ballot.
I guess.
I
Do we
mean,
have any-
we voted on,
Yeah.
on Pierce and on the operating overrides. Aren't we now going to vote on whether or not to put?
You actually haven't voted to put them on the ballot.
Yeah, but I think Mike's asked, Mike's asking whether there's any discussion of the cannabis.
No, I'm not asking
Okay,
about
so
discussion
no
of cannabis. I think that, I mean, the people with the pitchforks and the torches are out, and so we're gonna put cannabis on the ballot now.
I wouldn't put it that way, but.
Well,
Okay.
that is the way.
Okay, I'd like to move the question 1 on the ballot in May 2nd, 2023 town election be set as the question language recommended by town council's office on page 2 of their memo of March 20, 2023, included in our packet regarding the Pierce School debt exclusion, where it was listed as question 1. Okay, all those in favor, John,
Aye.
Marion,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Next, I move that question 2A and 2B on the ballot of the May 2nd, 2023 town election be set as the language recommended by town council's office on page 2 of their memo of March 20, 2023, included in our packet regarding the assessment of additional real estate and personal property taxes, where it was listed as questions 2A and 2B, with the first blank dollar amount in question B amended to read $13,833,367, and the second blank dollar amount therein for the composting program amended to read $1,850,000. Is that clear to everyone? Okay. All those in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, vote a referendum on establishing caps for retail cannabis establishments. I move that question 3 on the ballot of the May 2nd, 2023 town election be set as the question language recommended by Town Council's office on pages 2 and 3 of their memo of March 20, 2023, included in our packet regarding limiting the number of storefront marijuana retail licenses where it was listed as question 3. All those in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That it?
That's it.
We
Select-
did it.
You did it. It's on the ballot. Let me really quickly make sure that everyone is aware of what is on the ballot so that there's no room for doubt. And then I will add on, let me add first what Town Council has asked that we add, which is now that these are set as part of the new warrant article that was passed in January, there have to be there's citizen language in the mailer for and against the ballot questions. So if you are interested in writing that language or helping write that language, please contact Town Council's office, go to the brooklinema.gov website, go to departments, go to Town Council, email them. They'd be happy to hear from you. It is a short segment. It's 150 words, so be concise. And we look forward to hearing from you on that front. So if you have interest in writing either for or against any of these ballot questions, please contact Town Council. Go ahead, John.
No,
Oh.
please finish.
So the proposed ballot. So question 1 is, shall the town of Brookline be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued in order to pay costs of constructing a new pre-K-8 school, which includes renovations / addition to the existing historic Pierce School and other site improvements, including reconstruction and repair of the town hall, Pierce School garages, which are beneath the new school, and the town park across School Street, including the payment of all costs related to designing the new school project, equipping and furnishing the school, site improvements, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. Questions 2A and 2B are separate questions. You may vote for or against each question independently. Each question requires a majority of those voting on that question to pass. If both questions 2A and 2B pass, the question with the highest dollar amount will prevail over the other. Question 2A is, shall the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional $11,983,367 in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of funding the costs of Brookline Public Schools, parentheses, $6,988,367, in funding the costs of additional expenditures in municipal departments, $4,995,000 for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023. Question 2B, shall the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional $13,833,367 in real estate and personal property for taxes for the purposes of funding the costs of Brookline Public Schools, $6,988,367, funding the cost of additional expenditures in municipal departments, $4,995,000, and funding the cost of a municipal composting collection service, $1,850,000 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023. Question 3, shall the town of Brookline adopt the following changes to the town's general bylaws that would limit the number of storefront marijuana retailer licenses to no more than 4, consistent with warrant Article 15 of the November 2022 special town meeting? There then follows a lengthy town council summary and text of the bylaw, which I will not read into the record, but can be found in its entirety on page 3 of town council's memorandum.
Okay,
May I ask my question?
so, yes, I'm sorry, John.
So just as pertains to question 3, the cannabis question, since we're going to be asking voters to approve a bylaw that was adopted by town meeting, have we heard from the Attorney General that that bylaw has passed muster with the Attorney General's office?
I'll have to follow up with you, Joe Callahan, Town Council. I'll have to follow up with you, but I believe that we have not. We have heard from them as to the January special town meeting and the adoption of the specialized code. And we've heard from them on some of the articles from November, but not all of them. I think this one is one of the ones that we have not heard from,
Okay.
but I can follow up with the board.
Yeah, I mean, not urgent, but by next week, maybe we could know if.
I'll have an answer for you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, great.
Is there any reason you think it wouldn't be approved?
No,
You don't want to go into why I think it might not be.
No, but Joe said no.
yeah, I have no reason to believe it would be.
Yeah, Joe's
not
opinion is
I
no.
mean,
And I'm not a lawyer. My opinion is maybe they will disapprove it. I don't know.
right. Well, we can hope, but
No, it's not hope. There's an oddity to what we adopted, which it doesn't seemingly does not follow statute as far as I can tell.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. By the way, could you also provide us with a list of the warrant articles from the November town meeting that were approved?
Okay,
You said that some were and some weren't.
right. Well, I'm sorry. When I say some were approved, none have been disapproved. They just haven't got to the rest.
Okay,
So we've heard yes on some of them. We haven't heard about the rest of them.
okay.
So I don't want to indicate, I don't
Yeah,
want anyone to-
no, I got it.
Yeah.
But, give us that list.
Yep.
So,
But one fact about the cannabis question, we did talk to the AG's office about that in November. Because if you recall, there was a concern about which goes first, the ballot question or town meeting. And they specifically told us, you just got to do both before it becomes effective.
Mhm.
One or the other, it doesn't matter, but both have to be done. So that's
So-
why I'm confident that they'll approve it.
But in essence, then, does this mean, I thought I heard you say last week that if it is approved by the voters, that it does have to go back to town meeting for approval? No?
I don't believe if I said that, I was mistaken. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Because what the AG's office approves is bylaws, not election.
What's the
results.
bylaw change?
So-
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
I'm sorry?
Are we talking about the cannabis?
Yes,
Okay, that's a bylaw change.
right. But I understood the question to be, would we have to run the election results by the Attorney General's office?
Mm.
No, we would not. We have to run the bylaw from last November by the Attorney General's office. Now, if the election, comes May 2nd and we haven't heard from the AG's office and they still haven't approved it, okay. Even if the election passes, we wouldn't be able to implement it because the bylaw isn't effective.
I think John was asking a different question.
Okay, all right,
He's
good.
saying if
because-
it passes, if it passes the voters, does it then have to come back to town meeting again? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is because every time I go back and read that statute again, it is very specific that there is a step-by-step process that must be followed, and the end step is after the voters approve a change, that then has to go back to town meeting to be approved by town meeting.
Let me get back to you on that one. too.
Yeah,
I
okay,
do not believe that's the case,
okay.
but I will double check with, I am not the cannabis expert in my office, so.
Oh,
I'll check
okay.
With the cannabis
sorry
expert
to
in my
be-
office
yeah.
and get back to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't know that any of us are cannabis experts up here, but
At least we're not
Give
going
two
to
of
admit it.
yeah. Well, it's legal now. You could, but
Well,
we don't happen to be.
okay.
The open air parking is the first one.
Okay, we're going to take what item is that? 9 on the agenda, open air parking license. Next, do we have someone to talk about that? Is it you, Lincoln, or are you just getting up to leave?
That would be interesting.
It's heading south.
So who's going to present that?
Brianna Patton's joining us.
Brown Patent's being promoted.
Oh, okay.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Anna Patton. I'm an attorney that works with Attorney Jeffrey Allen, who unfortunately couldn't attend tonight's hearing. But we represent Mr. Alex Politman with respect to the application for an open air parking space permit for 5 parking spaces that Mr. Politman owns at 218 220 Freeman Street, pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 148, Section 56. We have submitted an application that I believe has all of the relevant materials, but briefly, this is a 4,000 square foot area, which contains 5 parking spaces behind a 3-family condo building. The use is allowed as of right, but there's also a relevant special permit that was granted per a 1993 ZBA decision, which allowed the use for up to 9 spaces. That decision has been included in the application materials, but again, we're only seeking licensure for 5 parking spaces. This was also previously licensed, but due to a clerical error, that license was not renewed, which is why we're seeking a license today. We are in full compliance with the 1993 ZBA decision, assuming that the condition related to the open air parking space license is approved. And in addition, there have been no objections to this application that I'm aware of. The building department and the health department both have submitted letters relating to this application that state that they do not oppose the issuance of the requested license. So we would respectfully request that this board vote in favor of approving the open space parking license for 5 vehicles at 218, 220 Freeman Street. And I'm happy to answer any question that the board members may have.
Okay, anyone have questions or? Yes, Miriam.
I'm just curious, not that I want you to have 9 spaces, but why, if you ask for 9, you only need 5?
So I believe that the original ZBA decision pertained to 9 spaces that do exist at that lot, but Mr. Politman only owns 5 of those spaces. We're only seeking licensure for those 5.
Thank you.
Trees.
Right. Any other questions for this? Okay, then, I'm sorry, this is a public hearing.
At this time, there are 30 virtual attendees and 5 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I'll give them a few more seconds. Okay, I'd like to close the hearing at this point and call for a vote. All in favor of the open air parking application at 218, 220 Freeman in Brookline, please say aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another hearing, common victualler and entertainment license for Baby Cafe, Hong Kong Bistro. Is there anyone who's here for that? Let's see, it's
1066 Beacon Street.
common victualler for Z Wen Zhu, doing business as Baby Cafe Hong Kong Bistro at 1066 Beacon Street.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Select Board. My name is Jim Chen. I'm the architect representing my client here at the property at 1006 Beacon Street. The current space there right now is approximately 1650 square feet and was previously used as a restaurant. So this new group known as Baby Cafe, which will be run by Tracy Sue, who is also here tonight with us, they'll be the new tenant for the space. The new restaurant will serve Asian, Cantonese style food, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The premise will have no alcohol available. The hours of operation they propose is 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. with 2 shifts. And there will be 49 interior seats available for the restaurant and 10 additional outside at the front patio. The applicant had already submitted the building permit to do the interior fit up for the new handicap accessible restrooms and to construct new commercial kitchen and to renovate the dining area. Thank you for your consideration, and please let me know if you have any question regard to this case. Thank you.
Miriam,
Just to say that there's an error in the packet that you want to correct. It lists the address as 1066 Beacon Street, but it looks like it's 1006 Beacon Street. It's still Szechuan Gourmet on Beacon Street.
is that still there? Yeah.
Is that correct?
The original was Sichuan Gourmet, but the new tenant now is Baby Cafe. It's a new
And so it's 1006 and not 1066.
1006.
Gotcha.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just don't want us to vote on the wrong address.
Yes, that's right.
You have to kick someone out.
Yeah, right. Well, I looked up 1066. I was like, that's somebody's house.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we have 2 items to vote on. This is a public hearing also. No, it's not. Okay.
This is just a common victualler and an entertainment license.
Okay, okay. So I'd like to move the question of approving the application of a common victualler for Zwin Zoo. Is that correct pronunciation? I apologize if it's.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Perrin Tracy, doing business as Baby Cafe Hong Kong Bistro at 1006 Beacon Street. Hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Seating will consist of 49 inside seats and an outside patio of 10. All in favor of that, please indicate by saying aye. Mike, I'm sorry, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Just because we sit next to each other. Aye.
No
And we're
comment.
both bald.
No comment. And chair votes aye. Next question is approving the application of a new entertainment license for Zwin Zoo, doing business as Baby Cafe Hong Kong Bistro at 1006 Beacon Street. Hours will be Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Entertainment will consist of recorded music and television. As I understand, unlikely to bother any of the surrounding residents. I don't think there are any surrounding residents there. Anyway, all in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're going to circle back to the departmental budget reviews quickly to take care of the advisory committee, which should take approximately 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then go back to our other license holders and then thank our Chief Information Officer, Fang Yang, for her patience.
Yes.
Hi, Dennis.
Hello. I missed what you were saying because I was joining. So
we're ready for
yes.
you.
Oh, the floor is mine. All right. The advisory committee is asking for a budget of $25,996 for fiscal year 2024, which is the same as in the last 2 budget periods. The bulk of that budget is comprised of staff for Lisa Porcher. I think we can all recognize that Lisa's done an outstanding job for the advisory committee. As far as our accomplishments over the course of the past year, in keeping with tradition started under the previous chair, we've increased our efforts in improving transparency. And when I say we, I mean Lisa primarily, because we've updated and maintain a website that tracks the progress of budgets and warrant articles as they go through our review process. And we post all of our reports essentially in real time as they're generated, rather than waiting for them to go out and the combined reports. The only budgetary issues of any note is that we slightly overspent our allocation for conferences and dues in fiscal 23, but we significantly underspent our meal budget due to COVID. And in fiscal 24, we expect to actually start using the meal budget again as we return to in-person meetings. But that summarizes our budget request for fiscal 24.
Great. Any questions?
Oh, and Melissa just noticed me that I may have said the number wrong. It's 30,136. Excuse me, I didn't include, I read aloud the salary, but I actually meant to read from a different part of the chart, $30,136, which is unchanged.
I just want to say I appreciate the reference to the prior, to the efforts of transparency of the prior committee chair.
Oh,
Okay. Yes.
was that
Okay, any other
appropriate
questions?
suck-upage?
Well, you got that, you got that recognition because he needs your vote.
That's right. That's right. What do they need that food for anyway?
If you would like to amend the budget so that Dave and Mark can't have pizza, that would be amusing.
Oh dear, no, that would be a tragedy.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to vote on this. This is just a budget hearing.
Just an F.
Any, is this a public hearing?
Nope.
No, okay. Oh, this is easy. It will take 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Next, IT department.
No, we're going to circle back to our licenses.
Oh, okay. You don't want to do that? Okay. We're gonna make fun.
Number
Right.
11.
Okay, new, new common victualler and entertainment license, TD Food and Beverage. TD stands for what?
Come on up. Thank you.
Well, that's the name. TD Food and Beverage LLC, doing business as Fuel America.
Fuel America.
Great. Okay, please introduce yourself. And
Hello, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Jeff Benasia. I'm one of the managing partners of Fuel America Coffee House Cafe. That's located at 1020 Commonwealth Avenue, right in the heart of BU's West Campus. My business partner, other managing partner of Fuel America is Carlos Magales. He's sitting there. And this is, and we are franchisors of that concept, and as well as own company cafes of our own, one in Brighton, one in Worcester. The gentleman next to me is Mr. Tan Du of TD Food and Beverage LLC. He is one of our franchisees. We have a franchisee in Weymouth. We have a franchisee in Worcester. Tan is a franchisee here in Boston. And we actually built the 1020 Commonwealth Avenue location, opened it in November. Really excited to have Fuel America on Com Ave in that campus. And we have sold the location to Tan Du as one of our franchisees. So we're looking for transfer the common victualler license and entertainment license to Mr. Du.
great. Any questions from the board?
You have great acacia bowls or whatever those bowls
Oh,
are called.
you like those? Thank you. Those were the chef's idea.
Yeah, the peanut butter. Yeah, good.
Now, your franchise is Fuel America. Is that typically on the highway, or is that?
Oh, no,
using the word fuel differently.
It's about fueling all Americans up with great food and coffee. We also roast our own coffees at our roastery cafe in Worcester. So yeah, it's about fueling up the diverse American melting pot, so to speak.
Is your Boston franchise on Western Avenue near Harvard Business School?
We did.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
But there's one near the dog walking.
Yep, it's 152 Chestnut Hill Avenue in Brighton.
Got it.
That's one I go to.
We opened that one
The parking's terrible.
August 15th, 2012 is our first one. Yes, and Tan is also about to build out a location at Northeastern, 805 Columbus Avenue in the Applied Science Engineering Building. So we're excited about that too. And he's continuing to grow and expand with us. So we're excited about that.
Good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I move approval. Question of approving the application of a common victualler for TD Food Beverage LLC, doing business as Fuel America, 1020 Commonwealth Avenue. Hours of operation, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Seating will consist of 42 inside seats and an outside patio of 12. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, question of approving the application of a new entertainment for license for TD Fund Food Beverage Co. doing business as Fuel America at 1020 Commonwealth Avenue. Hours of operation will be Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the entertainment will consist of a radio. So the neighbors wouldn't be bothered. Okay. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay, to the next one, number 12. Okay. Next, new common victualler and entertainment license, Kura Ramen?
Ramen.
Cure Ramen, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Cure
yeah,
Ramen.
thank you.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So tell
So-
us about Cure Ramen and what you want to do.
Okay. Dear Commissioner, and so first is address is 1008 Bacon Street. The address is different like this when we apply.
It should be
And,
1008.
Yeah, 1008.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm the store manager and partner. And about Kuramen, Kuramen is a franchise from New York since 2019. And our store plan to open from 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. and offering lunch and dinner. And we offer the Japanese ramen, and we open like 7 days a week. And our restaurant will have total 107 seats, 71 seats inside and 36 seats outside patios. And for my experience, I worked like in Dumping House, Cambridge, from 2015 to 2016. And after that, since 2016, I have been the manager for T-Bar Brookline at Bacon Street for like 7 years already. So I have confidence to bring the high quality food and the best service to the communities. And if you have any questions, you can just feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. Speak what?
This used to be Yukaku, right next to Sichuan Garden.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't realize they both closed.
Yeah.
Oh,
lot of
it's
changes on that.
it's Dunkin' Donut. Dunkin' Donut. Some parts in Dunkin' Donut, some parts is Sichuan Gourmet for our store.
Okay.
Yeah, the Japanese barbecue is still there. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So I move approval. Pardon me?
I just always like to get a visual.
Yeah.
Google Maps.
Right. I've got a street view here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's vote. Question of approving the application of a common victualler of Brookline Ramen LLC doing business as Cure Ramen at 1008 Beacon Street. Hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Seating will be 71 inside seats and an outside patio of 36. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, question of approving the application of a new entertainment license for Brookline Ramen LLC doing business as Cure Ramen at 1008 Beacon Street. Hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the entertainment will also consist of a radio. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Just that next item is postponed. So we're back to, or are we gonna go to the?
I would just
public
read
hearing?
that into the, read the,
In the record?
yep.
Okay, the change of manager, change of owner, interest and change of LLC manager for Hamilton has been postponed.
Now we're back on track with fun.
Okay. Okay, departmental budgets, Information Technology Department, Feng Yang, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening, Feng.
Good evening, Chair Green, members of the board, Mr. Carey. Feng Yang, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology Department. It is my pleasure to be here to present the Administrator's FY24 IT budget. Devin, do I have permission to share my slide?
You do.
Okay. Can you guys see?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. So, well, let me start by giving you a brief, very high level overview of the very large and expanding digital landscape that the town of Brookline's IT department manages. We now have 54 sites, 2 new sites connected, 2 email platforms, 1 email archive, over 236 servers, a mix of virtual and physical on-prem and cloud. We have over 10,000 Windows, Apple's Chromebook devices, more than 300 smartphones, more than 100 applications, high-speed internet connection, of course, 58,000 plus endpoints at any point, over 200 IP speakers, to over 200 IP phones, 12K wireless devices every day, and more than 6,000 support tickets annually. So we have a very large digital landscape. And the this FY24 budget is just about excuse me, it's getting late. It's $2,350,179, out of which 54.53% are personnel, 32.41% are services, about 12% capital, and the rest are supplies and education, conference, things like that. And then the change from last year, from FY23, is is 96,983. It's just a little over 4%. And the change is comprised of cuts and increases. And in particular, they are 25,000 cut in the general consulting account, 49,897 increase in software maintenance obligation, 54,000 increase in equipment support contract, and 18,736 staff that are staff's step increase and longevity. That totals up $96,983. And it's just over 4% increase from last year. And the difference between the override or non-override budget is the 25,000 cut from the general consulting money, which we normally use to hire outside companies, cybersecurity companies, to do PCI study or to do penetration test of our network, things like that. And of course, the most valuable asset is our people. And here's your wonderful IT team, all 18 of them. And I have, we had a lot of difficulty in the past 2 to 3 years hiring qualified people, as you all know, as all departments are experiencing. And IT is no exception, and sometimes maybe more severe. And so, however, I have some good news to share. 2 to 3 years, and we finally, after multiple postings, 6 months, we onboarded our web developer in January of 2022. And 1 year, 5 postings later, we finally hired our data administrator, and she was onboarded in August of 2022. And the service desk staff are on the school site. And then thanks to the particularly the opera committee chaired by select board member Ashkenazi and the select board and the town administrator's office, The Opera Fund funded the principal cybersecurity analyst. It also took us more than 6 months. We weren't able to find anyone that's from the postings that we've done. So we went with a staffing agency and found someone who just started 3 weeks ago for her 3 months trial period. So I'm very hopeful that we found the right person. And so as of now, we have in our staff, we have 50% non-white, 22% women. So we doubled the number of women in our department. Oh, my apology. My mouse just took. Okay. So IT department has 3 divisions: digital services that's managed by Tom Richards, network and infrastructure division that's managed by Zuraya Safa, and our help desk staff are on the school side that's managed by Alan Wang. And we have a cybersecurity program that's basically comprised of all of network and infrastructure staff, most of digital services staff, and our service desk manager, and everybody in IT plays a role in cybersecurity. We're a very lean organization. Unlike larger organizations, they have a separate division for InfoSec, which is information security. But now we, thanks to the Opera funding, and we now have 1 dedicated person on cybersecurity. So the select has asked for 3 key accomplishments, and it was very difficult for me to take pages and pages of accomplishments from each division and just pick 3. So here they are. I think staffing is definitely one of the accomplishments. We've done so many interviews, so many reference checks, and I'm so happy to have promoted in the past 2 years that 3 managers. Last year, 1 hired 5 new staff, doubled the number of women. In technology, of course, the first and foremost is their technical skills. We're very lucky that we're able to find a couple of women who have very strong technical skills and other, skill sets as well. Communications and all of that, project management, so on and so forth. We've encouraged and provided professional development opportunities via operating fund or grants and other vehicles, and developed a technically stronger and more diverse IT team. So you asked about matrix. I think some of the matrix we could use is the PD courses taken with that, diversity. Our second major accomplishments are in the infrastructure area. We have enhanced and secure our infrastructure, more secure in terms of our infrastructure. We've extended fiber connections and added 4 new sites, thanks to the Opera Fund. Improved wired and wireless network connectivities in multiple sites. We've improved the security monitoring and event logging. We've improved our data center infrastructure for better performance and security. So some of the metrics we use are vulnerability scanning results. We don't have any critical vulnerabilities. We use what's called the NIST framework, which I will talk a little bit about that to basically measure us against. And then uptime. We have had 99.9% uptime for many years. And this is thanks to the hard work all the staff has been doing monitoring. We have staff monitoring very early in the morning before anybody starts working. We have staff monitoring in late in the afternoon and in the night, and we have staff monitoring on the weekend. So thanks to all the hard work of the staff, and we have our uptime is really good. And also in the third accomplishment is in the expanded digital services area. We have increased online digital service catalog. We have over 20 permits that were made online from multiple departments, fire, DPW, preservation in FY23. And some of the metrics that we have used is number of online services available, user experience. And those are just the key 3 accomplishments. So as you probably noticed that I did not mention cybersecurity, even though we've done a lot of work in cybersecurity. But when we talk about accomplishments, it feels like it's the ending. But in cybersecurity, it's never ending. It's an ongoing process. The threat landscape changes all the time. So I feel that's more of an ongoing program. So I want to talk, give the board an update on where we're at, how we're doing, what we're doing, more so what we're doing, and give you a very high level overview. So what we use is called the NIST cybersecurity framework. We follow that, and the NIST stands for National Institute of Standards and Technology, and there are 5 major areas: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Of course, if we focus on the first 3, then we don't have to worry as much about the second 2. But we practice all 5 areas. We focus, we make progress in all areas, and we actually assess our cybersecurity posture against this framework every year. And in addition to the NIST cybersecurity framework, we also use what's called the Center for Internet Security Critical Security Controls. And these are the top 18 controls. And under each control, there are many sub-controls. As you can see, it's paramount amount of work. And sometimes it's exhausting for staff. But we continue on this front. We improve on all areas of the controls. So building upon the approach we're taking is what's called defense in depth. We build layers of protections and building upon what we had prior years. In FY23, here are some of the things that we've done in cybersecurity, thanks largely to the ARPA fund that we have received, the Department of Homeland Security URASI funding that we've received, that we were able to make a lot of progress quickly. So for instance, we've implemented a SIEM system for event log management and analytics and security monitoring. We've held monthly cybersecurity team meetings to review patch cadence. So some of you may know that every Tuesday every month, that Microsoft releases critical patches, security patches. We are very diligent at patching because there are vulnerabilities all the time. We get notifications from MSISAC, from other entities many times a week. So patching is extremely important, and patch goes hand in hand with vulnerability. We do vulnerability scanning, and if you patch, you're doing well with patching, your vulnerability is less. And also we review other initiatives in these monthly cybersecurity team. And by the way, I want to mention, I may have not earlier when we were looking at the staff chart, is our IT operations director, Ben Vivante, and our network and infrastructure manager, Zuraya Safa, are leading the daily cybersecurity meetings and the cybersecurity team. Okay, so we also worked collaboratively with the Department of Homeland Security, as I mentioned, the MSISAC, which is multi-state cybersecurity agency that shares information with all the SLTTs, and also Mass Cyber Center, the Executive Office of Technology and Security Services, which is the state agency, and then our peer communities. I coordinate metropolitan Boston area CIOs and IT directors monthly meeting that we share information, we talk about solutions. And leveraging URASI grant funding, we were able to implement what's called the security scorecard. Well, we use that tool to basically vet our prospective vendors to see what their cybersecurity posture is. We have used that tool because it gives a very easy to read security scorecard. And we have had quite a few prospective vendors improve their cybersecurity posture. We also conducted incident response tabletop exercises, conducted PCI compliance assessment with an outside vendor, and also leveraging ERASI grant funding and working with the city of Boston, we have implemented a new managed endpoint protection system. If it automatically flags if there anything on any devices that have malware or anything like that in our environment. So some of you may know we've hosted the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month activities, including webinar, weekly intranet postings, quiz, and we provided training for employees to raise awareness and to improve their cyber hygiene. So these are some of the accomplishments in the cybersecurity area. But as I mentioned that in this space, we're never done. We have to continue to be vigilant. And also I want to just talk a little bit about the approach that we are taking, and I think we should take as an organization, is that cybersecurity is we need to take the enterprise and holistic approach. The 60-year-old people process technology is still extremely applicable to cybersecurity. So in the past 2 to 3 years, we've upgraded our data center infrastructure to be better performed and also more secure. We've upgraded our old backup system to a new ransomware immutable backup system. We've implemented multi-factor authentications, and we also implement the SIM system and endpoint detection, endpoint protection system. ASI system, which is a cloud security system, which basically extends network security. And this system was put in place before COVID, and this enabled us to pivot quickly, securely for our remote workforce. So, and as I mentioned, the security scorecard and cloud vendor questionnaire. We've had a cloud vendor questionnaire. It's an organic document. And I want to mention that we improved this questionnaire working with the surveillance committee, which Chair Green is also happened to be chair. And there's a cybersecurity piece in the work that committee was doing, and I was involved in the cybersecurity piece. And the committee members have developed a really extensive controls, a list of questionnaires, and we were able to adapt that, incorporate that into our existing questionnaire, and strip off things that we think it's going to be just way too much for it to be practical. So we were able to improve our cloud vendor questionnaire, and then this questionnaire we have been using it to vet all prospective vendors for their cybersecurity posture, which has been a great tool. And those are the technology improvements that we've done in the past year and during COVID. Now we can build layers and layers protection if we have endless funding available. But even if we do that, if an authorized user, it could be a system admin, it could be anybody, it could be a departmental application manager, or it could be a bank account owner, could be anybody that could, if we don't have strong cyber hygiene, we don't pay attention to, so be aware of the kind of social engineering that's out there. If we fail for complicated social engineering, then, sort of all bets are off. So we definitely need to also focus on people and process. We need to do more in terms of our user awareness training. And last year, we have rolled out our annual cybersecurity training. Thanks to the town administrator's office support, thanks to all the department heads who have, talked to their employees, we have the highest completion rate ever. It's about 75%. However, we still have ways to go, so we still have work to do. And we have additional training, not just the basic cyber hygiene training, but also training on related to data, related to other sensitive information, or other different areas of training. So we'll continue to do the annual training. There are also, in people process, there are also administrative controls. We have turnover of staff, so we need to continue to do more training, and some of the training needs to be by department. We also need to develop more policy and procedures, and we definitely have the leadership support. I feel I have all the support from the town administrator's office, the board, and many others, and everyone plays a role in cybersecurity. Not only that, but also, cybersecurity also includes physical control. I like this little graph, which really shows that that the enterprise and holistic approach that we should take. And also, as part of the cybersecurity section of the surveillance committee, that they worked with the police department, IT director Scott Wilder, and identify some of the vulnerabilities in our physical controls. And Scott was able to get some URASI grant, and we are already remediating. He is working with the building department remediating some of the controls. So in addition to the people process technology, I think we also should take a risk management approach to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity risk management is an ongoing process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, and addressing the town's cybersecurity threats. And identify what the critical areas and decide on how we protect the set priorities, because we only have limited resources. I want to move on to the 3 key goals that the select board has asked for FY24. So number 1 is definitely continue to work with all departments to improve overall organization-wide cybersecurity posture in people, process, and technology. We are already working with HR on some modifying, updating some of the IT policies. Some of the metrics, you asked about metrics, so we could use this basically in the, all the policies, the number of policies, not policies developed, and also employee training completion rate. We use NIST framework and CIS controls to measure us against. And our second goal, main goal, there are many others, but the second main goal is to implement a new IT service management platform that's ITIL compliant for better customer service experience, improved asset management, streamlined workflow, and better integration with other systems. Some of the metrics we could use: service availability, time to resolve, first call resolution rate, user satisfaction. And also number 3 is definitely continue to work with internal departments to streamline process and increase digital services. So there are some other questions that the select board has asked. No additional new initiative within the operating budget beyond what's talked about, the objectives outlined. But we did put in 3 opera fund applications. Data center, our data center at Hammond Street upgrade, our town hall Wi-Fi. We have heard a lot of folks complaining when they come to do business at either at transportation or at the town clerk's office or at other departments that they're not, they can't, sometimes they need to look up a form, need to fill out the form, they need to download documents, they can't. So, the town hall Wi-Fi was never properly designed. So we did put in town hall Wi-Fi application to, to properly design and implement. The third application is the fiber connection to 1 Summer Street. This is more forward thinking, and this is to, because 1 Summer Street is the hub, and it allows us to have many more ISPs that potentially in the future, if we move our physical data center to the cloud data center, that's going to be very beneficial. It could save money in the long run. So those are the 3 opera funds. So if we are lucky to get the funding, then those are definitely our new initiatives. So no adding or subtracting personnel in FY24. I'm very happy to be fully staffed, and I think after 2 or 3 years, definitely very happy at this point. And if the money is of no concern, if we have endless amount of funding, then we definitely can accomplish goals that are identified, priorities identified a lot quicker. We can do more in those areas, and also, establish an InfoSec division for information security. I think I've already gone over the 10 slides that the town administrator has asked us. So I'm going to end the presentation here with this wonderful group of people, very dedicated, efficient, innovative, and fun Brookline IT.
Thank you, Fung. Appreciate it. Any questions from the board? I appreciate your detailed description of cybersecurity issues, which came up a couple weeks ago in another hearing. And, you gave a thorough explanation of what you're doing to protect the town against all those bad people out there. Any questions from the board? It looks like you're trying to formulate a question.
I'm trying to
Mike.
formulate a question and recognize it. I know that we've acquired, this is a detailed kind of a question. We've acquired a new device for handheld tablet for voting in town meeting, for in-person town meetings. And I wonder if you could just describe what the capabilities of that device will be.
It's a tablet. It's a very standard tablet.
Right.
And the plan the team has come up with is basically it's going to be managed using our MDM, our mobile device management, so that, as with Zoom meetings with so many people in the room, if anybody turns on their sound, it's going to be a problem. So these devices, they're very standardized HP tablets that so they're managed by centrally, so that the sound camera can be controlled. That's much needed. It's necessary for the on-site meeting, and it will have Zoom. It will have the combined reports on there, so that folks can take a look at that, can join Zoom to vote. Basically, it's going to be used as a voting device.
Yep. And the software for voting is provided by by the people that we were using previously, or
it's going to be Zoom. It's going to be what everybody's used to, and they've been doing it during COVID. So it's something they're very familiar with. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you just explain why the current technology at the high school would be unable to accommodate a hybrid meeting at the high school, if that's the case? What is it about the high school and how it's wired, et cetera, that would be a problem if we were to do a hybrid meeting, which we don't have authority to do right now, but if we were to get that authority.
Well, I think as you guys all know, that the entire group of people who support town meeting are staff from town clerk's office, IT staff, and BIC. And BIC has been extremely instrumental in all the AV, which means audio video equipments and support on those. So I think they probably have more of an expertise to speak on that part of it. The whole team back, I want to say 6 months ago, that because we don't know where the legislatures have met the best judgment to be prepared for on-site town meeting. And hybrid meeting was not planned. So the audio video equipment in the auditorium, I don't think it's gonna be with the time we have. We're gonna be able to ready, and also it's gonna require additional staff to support both the on-site folks who are going to be using new devices, and also who have not been back on site for many, the past 2 or 3 years. And also we have, so it's gonna require more supporting staff on site, and then for online folks, for checking in online folks. So, so for the AV equipment, I think I'm gonna defer more to Big's expertise, but nothing was budgeted, funded, planned like they did for the select board's hearing room where you are at. It's done beautifully. The school committee room that was budgeted, funded, planned, implemented. The conference room downstairs in the town hall, room 103, 111. We have the D10s. In the dining room, we have the Cisco room kit. So all of those were done to support hybrid meetings. And those are smaller rooms. And the auditorium is very, the equipment, the AV equipment in our auditorium is very old. So that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, Mike, you're looking like you're.
No,
trying to formulate a
I'm just, as I mentioned earlier, we have a meeting, Fang and I, to explore a little bit about this and thinking about the future more than necessary. I mean, way past May.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you mind I just mention a couple of other things? So the, in addition to what I said, the high school auditorium is very frequently used. So I believe in the past we've had issues booking that room. That's also an issue, to be able to get the technology installed in such a short time frame. And procurement, I don't know if we have any more supply chain issues. We may have issues there too. So just to make sure you have those.
Full picture of the difficulty of doing something like that. If we hypothetically had the authority. And for the future, and we have.
I'm interested in looking beyond May.
Yeah.
Looking to the next year, because at some point we're going to have to go back to primarily in person, and hybrid is going to be preferred by a great many people, I would think, who have small children or have a mobility issue or something of that sort, or have some other concern. So I think we do need to be planning for it actively. If we can't do it this time, then okay. But we need to be thinking about what to do down the road.
Chair Green.
Yes.
Can I weigh in?
Yes.
Devin
Please do.
Fields, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. So Brookline Interactive Group did approach us about 6 months ago with a proposed plan that would have cost approximately $100,000 to upgrade the audio and video capabilities of the auditorium at the high school. And as Fung mentioned, not only, is it challenging to book while there are school activities there, coordinating not only the purchase, but then the arrival of all of that equipment. At the time, all of the sources that we had indicated that the legislature had absolutely no interest in allowing the body of town meeting, any town meeting, to have a hybrid meeting. We had been, told that there was just not an appetite for it at the state level. So now that we know, at the time when they approached us, I said, we can't commit that funding at this time, but Big is actively, looking into the solutions. That's something that if we have, leftover money in our initial emergency ARPA allocation, the $300,000 that you gave to Big, not this past January, but the prior January, I think that could be a good funding source for that. And over the summer would be an excellent time to try and order and then implement that equipment. As Chair Green mentioned, if the legislature does in fact make town meeting eligible for hybrid participation.
Well, I think it's going to take two steps in the legislature. First is, are they going to extend the emergency regulation so that it becomes a remote town meeting becomes a possibility, and whether we want to do a remote town meeting is a whole other question. The next step beyond that, I don't think is certain, which is whether the legislature will decide that hybrid meetings are allowed. It's an interesting question as to what we need to do to be able to pull the trigger when, if and as and when that happens, or whether we should do so in advance. So it's as I say, it's looking beyond May that I'm interested in doing. Yeah.
And I think something that's been confusing for community members as well as board and commission members that we've heard on the 6th floor is there is a distinction between regular public bodies and the body of town meeting. There's been no problem with authorizing hybrid meetings for just a regular board
sure.
and commission. Town meeting, I think, is special in its designation and their reluctance to allow for that. But it will be interesting to see how Plymouth works.
Okay. Anything else for Fung?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it,
time.
President. Okay, bye. Okay, we're now up to the 7:30 hearing for the Thai Sushi Inc. doing business as Maguro. Do we have someone to speak on that? Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. This is Kenneth Algan. I'm the attorney for Maguro Sushi Inc. And I believe Nari Sara is on the line. Do we have her as well? Can you all hear me? Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's nice to be before the board again. I was with them a few months ago when they first applied for the common victular license, and they've been now open and operating there on Beacon Street for about 4 months now. So the proposed manager, her name is Nari Sara Kobrup. She's been working in the restaurant business for many years. She's worked recently as a server at various other local Asian themed restaurants. And she also has gone through the TIPS certification. She is familiar with the rules and regulations of the town of Brookline. I've reviewed those with her as she also was instructed through the TIPS certification. So at this point in time, the restaurant does not have any bar, like, a seating bar. That may be something that they look to do at some point in the future, but for now they're just going, although it is a full liquor license, their offerings will be limited to beer and wine, and then as they sort of phase it in, they might start offering cocktails as well. So that's what I have for you. I'm not sure if any of you happen to be in the establishment, but they did a beautiful job building it out. And I had the opportunity to stop by shortly after they opened, and it's a nice setup they have over there. Nari Sara, are you? I don't see you, but can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, any questions from the board before we open the public hearing? No? I used to enjoy the Indian restaurant that was in that location. But I did attend or go to Maguro for a takeout, and I was very pleased, so,
Was it open already?
yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, this is one that it's a follow on to what we did previously. A few months ago.
Yeah. A few minutes ago?
Months ago.
Months ago. Oh, I missed something. Okay, any other questions? Comments or thoughts? Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone interested in making a public comment?
At this time, there are 16 virtual attendees and none in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Joe, you don't count.
Okay, okay, so let's close the public hearing and.
Not even listening.
Okay, and let's vote on, we have 4 items. First, question of approving the application for a new alcohol license for Maguro Thai Sushi Inc., doing business as Maguro at 1335 Beacon Street. Proposed manager will be Narisa Kobrup, right? Operations and alcohol hours Sunday through Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. and Friday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Any questions about this liquor license? No? Okay, all in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, question of approving the application of common victualler license for Maguro. Hold on, let me. Thai Sushi Inc., doing business as Maguro at 1355 Beacon Street. Proposed seating 60 interior seats. All in favor? John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Third, question of approving the application of an alternate manager. Chutima Chaprin, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. For Maguro Thai Sushi Inc., doing business as Maguro at 1355 Beacon Street. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Finally, question of approving the application of new entertainment at Maguro Thai Sushi Inc., doing business as Maguro at 1355 Beacon Street. So what type of entertainment are we talking about? There
I believe that they may have some music playing in the restaurant. Just trying to look at the original
Don't
application.
we need to know what type of?
Yeah.
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 Is it in the application?
Look at now.
Because I know that they already went through the CV and entertainment license when they originally opened, so I don't think anything has changed.
Has the license expired?
No, they just got it. This was just to add the liquor license, but I think that we had to submit the whole package according to the instructions we got. Narisara, do you know what type of entertainment they have there?
Yeah, there's radio, TV, and music. That's it.
Okay.
Radio, TV, and music from where?
Music from the radio.
Okay.
So just radio and.
Yeah, just the music playing in the restaurant.
Okay, and that's not a residential building, or is it?
No, and it's right in the
It's right on
Yeah,
the
first block of Beacon Street.
where Lee's Burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, right next to Leesburg.
And the bank.
Yeah.
Bank
Right.
there.
Okay. Okay, so that's not a problem.
No.
Does someone have their hand raised? Devin, I
No.
see a raise. No, okay. Okay, then let's vote. Question of approving the application for a new entertainment license for Maguro Thai Sushi Inc., doing business as Maguro at 1355 Beacon Street. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, board
Thank you.
members, and I hope you have a chance to try the new restaurant.
Right.
We'll be there.
Great.
Okay,
Good
next,
evening.
the warrant for the 2023 annual town meeting. Any discussion of that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that if we vote today for the warrant and it is fully in person, that if the opportunity to have it remote comes up, that we will have an opportunity as a board to reconsider our.
The moderator, well, go ahead.
So no, so if you sign now, there will not be an opportunity to fully consider a fully remote option, unfortunately. because you'll have set the notice for where it is going to be. And it's our understanding that can't be changed, that the only potential option there would be again, you would be making the final decision that that you would be having it at the high school.
Which is why I would like to have that conversation with Fung, in spite of what Chaz has said and what she has said about the complexities of hybrid, as to whether, if we could accommodate a small number of people attending hybrid via hybrid in the same way as we would if they were dialing in.
And is there a reason we have to do this today and we can't do it next week, since we think there'll likely be some decision on this by the end of this week?
So Miriam, if I could just interrupt.
Please
So
do.
we're holding the warrant open. And so basically that delays the public hearings that need to be noticed on all of the warrant articles. And so the question is, in the bylaws, it says as soon as practicable, we need to execute the warrant. Once we execute the warrant, we are concerned that we wouldn't be able to exercise the hybrid option, because that needs to be done before the warrant is issued. Once you execute, that is issuing the warrant. So that's kind of the timing problem that we have. We're hoping we might see movement tomorrow, but that's not guaranteed either. So it would be, 2 weeks holding open. What that does to kind of the schedule, we've renoticed on this calendar articles that we discussed last week, but didn't hold public hearings on because we were waiting for the warrant to be executed. So that's kind of the timing considerations that we're talking about here.
I mean, I guess I understand that, but for me, the idea of having an in-person town meeting is so problematic that I don't know what to do. Like, I feel like if we're going to have an opportunity to actually have that as an option, if we wait one more week, that's the tension for me.
Yeah, I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
We did that last week.
I know.
And
We're running out of time, by the way.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the issue. And it gets, and okay, fortunately, we don't have 40 warrant articles. We only have 24, so that's a little bit easier than November. But still, the advisory, it's not just us, it's the advisory committee and all the other boards and commissions that want to weigh in on things, but particularly the advisory committee, they really dig into it.
Anything else?
I mean, I just might have to dissent, but
Right, okay. Or you can abstain.
yeah,
Yeah.
or dissent.
It sounds more like.
Well, I don't think we have a provision for dissenting on vote.
I mean, no, I mean, as a no vote.
Okay, yeah, that's not a dissent. That's just.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's
my
a dissent,
dissent.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's true.
dissent.
It's just-
Okay, any further discussion? No. Okay, I move approval.
Oh,
I'm
sorry, one thing, the order of articles. Can we
Oh,
have a
I'm sorry.
discussion
That's
about that?
great,
Yeah. Melissa, warrant article is currently listed as Article 24, which is deals with the MBTA Communities Act.
Yes.
There's been a suggestion from a member of the public that I thought was a pretty good one, from John Harris, saying that it would be really great to move that back earlier in town meeting before people are thoroughly exhausted. It is currently the last article, and there's a tendency to sort of rush out the door, even if it's a virtual meeting, to rush out the door. And so is that an issue, a concern, if we change that?
It is a concern because advisory committee is already scheduled with the article numbering that we have. It is, and they have been warned that the numbering can change. I will say that one of the reasons why we put it at the back of the order is that we're hoping there might be a compromise between the petitioners and the select board that then would make the article unnecessary. And so that maybe we wouldn't even need to worry about it. But the John Harris also, as a town meeting member, he can make a motion at town meeting to have the article heard at a different time. That's his option as a town meeting member as well.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
All right, that probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, we're again,
Yeah, we have to sort of stipulate that to the moderator, who has to accept that motion.
And I would just say that, to the point, we've had productive conversation. I'm grateful for the petitioners who reached out in advance and did the right thing here,
Yeah.
which is, talk to staff and said, this is
Good.
coming down the pike.
Yeah.
We're having good conversations with them. We want to have this public discussion in April to talk about the parameters of what alternatives might look like. So the community has a sense of what's on the table, what's feasible and what's not. So the ideal world would be where we craft a charge, come back to you, everyone agrees that that's a good charge. It has the right language in there that makes sure that everyone knows what that the aim of this is to investigate alternatives and provide that report to town meeting, and provide potential alternatives to town meeting if they're developed. But all of that just means that we want to be deliberate about how we do that, and make sure that we come to a conclusion with petitioners that they agree with, so that they feel comfortable within the select board setting up of that committee, and then charging them, hopefully in advance of town meeting, so that it actually gets started earlier.
Okay, so we have two possible alternatives to messing with the numbering. One is to hear the article earlier, which we could do anyway. And the other is we may have an article that doesn't require a lot of debate.
Or it
may
could
not
be
be- it may
withdrawn.
not
It may not
moved,
be
right, it
moved.
may be moved.
Yeah, certainly if we get to the point of appointing a committee ahead of time, it's moot.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, then let's let it go.
yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so any other discussion of the warrant? I got your concern.
I know.
So I move approval and executing, I move approving and executing the warrant for the May 23rd, 2023 annual town meeting. All in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
No.
Mike.
Hey,
You can make-
already a
make
motion
it
on the floor. I
difficult.
hate to ask the question. All right, I vote aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye.
Yep.
It's noted. Okay.
I want you to remember that when I disappear during town meeting at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
Right.
I can't do 5 nights.
Yeah.
So I just can't.
You're well, so what I'm hoping is that.
And you're young, you know.
Yeah, but it's not.
As
that's
kids.
Yeah, I
not
know.
it.
That's just the problem.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
understand.
No.
What I'm hoping is that we have a letter from the Commission on Disabilities, and we're going to have to make some kind of accommodation. And what I'm hoping is that within that context, we can make accommodation to a slightly broader group. Personally, I want to have an in-person town meeting, but I recognize the disadvantage that it is to people who just can't. And I think there's a way to make that accommodation. What it takes from a technology perspective or a staffing perspective, I don't know.
Yeah.
We have just a limited amount of time to find out. We need to get to work on it.
And I would say to that, first, I appreciate that. And second, I don't need to zoom in. I just need to listen and, I mean, frankly, potentially have some way to vote.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about in terms of accommodation.
Yeah.
But your accommodations would not be for this town meeting. It'd be-
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
This
talking
town
about
meeting
this
is what I'm
town
talking
meeting.
about.
Okay, what type of accommodations?
I don't know. That's why I want to talk to
I
Fun.
mean, the only thing I can think of is with respect to people who have children, for
Right.
someone to organize, I don't know, babysitting or something along those lines. But
Ooh,
beyond
that's
that,
fine.
The problem is teenagers. My kids don't need babysitters,
Mm.
but what I have
They need a ward.
discovered is that even though they know how to water and feed themselves, if I'm not home, they don't manage to water and feed themselves.
no, I had teenagers.
Yeah, so you understand. So it's not a
Yeah.
solution a babysitter will fix.
No, it's a matter of the sort of accommodation that I'm thinking of is with Zoom meetings, we had people who could not either they weren't able to use a computer or they didn't have internet connectivity in a couple of cases. We set up a mechanism for them to phone in, and they were able to vote, listen on TV or in some other way, and in some cases on the internet with a computer. And that it worked pretty well for a limited number of people. It wouldn't work if we had 50 people and we had to poll 50 people to vote. But if we can make an accommodation to a small number of people that way, it seems to me like this is a situation where federal law may trump state law.
Well, okay, maybe we need to ask town council about this.
Right.
Because
That's a tough
the
Yeah, it is tough.
Yeah, the issue is we were allowed to have call-ins to town meeting because of the stat. of
Yes,
law
yes,
that
I
is
understand. Yeah,
Expiring.
yeah. Yeah.
The question is, could we have call-ins to town meeting in the same way that we have call-ins
To other
to
meetings.
select board?
Right, yeah.
And I think the answer is that the Attorney General
Mm-hmm.
interpretation allowed select boards to have call-in participation, but that doesn't cover town meeting. Is that close to being correct?
But also note, while you have town council up here, that some of the questions that you had asked earlier that you had wanted answers to, he has some answers to. So let me get the notes up.
Joe Callahan, Town Council. So I understand the first question being the idea of having hybrid meetings as part of town meeting as a reasonable accommodation.
As a reasonable accommodation for people who have a basis for not being able to come to an in-person meeting.
But I thought it was by means of a call-in.
Well, whatever the
But-
means is,
yeah.
the calling part is trivial. If it's not legal, then it doesn't do us any good
Yeah.
to have a call.
But if it's legal, it's easy.
Yeah, it's legal. It's not necessarily easy, but it's doable.
Yeah.
At least it was doable when we had all remote.
So if we received a request for a reasonable accommodation by a town meeting member, we'd have to engage in an interactive process, and we would owe that town meeting member a reasonable accommodation.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the accommodation is something we are prohibited by law from doing, it wouldn't be reasonable. So for example, if you execute the warrant today, before the legislature is two competing versions of extending the remote town meeting option. The House has a hybrid version, the Senate does not. So we don't know if the final version is going to have even that hybrid option. But both versions don't allow you to change after you've executed the warrant. So if you execute the warrant today and both,
which we did,
either version
We just did, yeah.
gets passed, you can't go to remote, you can't go to a hybrid. And then a town meeting member that asks for that as an accommodation, we wouldn't have the legal authority to give it to them. So it would be unreasonable as a matter of law to provide that accommodation. So for example, if a town meeting member said, I have mobility issues, I want to make sure that everything is, ramps are provided and there's no stairs. We would have to do that. There's nothing illegal about making sure it's handicap accessible. Actually, if it's not handicap accessible, it's probably illegal. But if someone says I'm immunocompromised and I want to make sure that going to a large auditorium is going to expose me, we could come up with some alternative side room where everybody's vaccinated, everybody has masks. The AC, the HVAC there is MERV 18 or whatever the standard is. All those things we can do, they're legal. Are they reasonable? Can we get them done in a month and a half? That goes into the reasonableness, analysis. But it wouldn't be reasonable if we don't have the legal authority to do it.
Even if it's a state law as opposed to federal.
It's not in conflict with the federal law because it's not
So
reasonable.
The federal law requires us to go through the process.
Yeah.
Reasonable accommodation.
Okay.
Process, go back and forth. They propose something, we propose something, then federal law says what we're obligated to give the requester and what the requester is obligated to ask for is reasonable. And if it's illegal, it's not reasonable.
And
Or we
so-
don't have the authority to do it, it's not reasonable.
And so presumably, the Attorney General wouldn't have the authority to give us a waiver.
No, because what the waiver is what the statute is before the
Yeah.
legislature right now.
Okay.
Your question about, okay, now I'm going to transitioning topics. What were the two questions? Oh, cannabis, if it goes to the voters, it's probably the Attorney General's office in our discussions with them last fall indicated they're likely to hold that article until the election. So we don't, I'm still trying to figure this out, but no one seems to remember the Attorney General's office approving any of the articles from the fall. But during those discussions last fall, they told us this one, cannabis, would likely be held until the election to make sure that, you know, the election passes. So we have the election, results are conveyed to the AG's office, then that's when they're likely to approve it. But after their approval, it does not need any further action. Okay. So it would need to go back to the town meeting. And then what was the second question?
Wait, did I understand you saying that the other warrant articles have also not been approved?
Correct. I think that
Wow.
in my texting while I was waiting, no one seems to remember the AG's office approving anything else from November.
Okay.
So much for the 90-day promise.
Well, the 90 days is actually only runs. The 90 days wouldn't run until April 9th.
Really?
Yep.
That sounds like more than 90 days from November to me.
It's 90 days from when they're submitted to the AG's office.
Oh, okay.
So there's a packaging and
Yeah.
getting all the records together and putting it, assembling everything before being sent to the AG's office. So it wasn't sent to the AG's office until early January. That's when the clock starts ticking for them on the 90 days. The 90 days as to the November town meeting expires April 9th.
Yeah.
All right, second question. Oh, I think I answered both of them.
Yeah.
Okay, I combined them into one answer, but I
There you go,
didn't answer
that's
both
fine.
the questions.
Thank
There was that one last question. I don't know if you saw about the question from a participant.
Oh, about voting, bulleting?
Yes, in the case of a pyramid voting structure, if a voter only ticks the box for question 2A and doesn't tick the box for 2B, does that reduce the required number of votes to achieve a majority?
So I'll have to get an authoritative, cite to this, but I think in that case, the second question would have fewer votes.
Yeah, that was my understanding too, and therefore, yeah, the
So essentially, yes.
yeah, essentially yes, but
We'll get you something.
We'll get a definitive answer.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
Anything else?
While you're up here, a question from the group is and I think I know the answer to this. A question from the Q&A from Bonnie Bastian. What would a reasonable accommodation for lack of financial resources for childcare be? Unfortunately, lack of financial resources is not covered under the ADA, is my understanding, and that is therefore not something that the ADA can require a reasonable accommodation for.
Yeah, the first thing is they have to have a disability. So they have to, demonstrate that they have a disability. So for example, if someone, demonstrates that they're blind and they've been relying on their computer and the screen reader of their home computer to be able to understand what's going on at the town meeting, and now it's in person, and the tablets, we might need to purchase software that the tablets act as a screen reader. But the first step is establishing that you have a disability.
And then on the ballot, while we have you, there's one last question, and then I promise I'll let you go for now.
I don't have an express lane limitation on the number of items.
I know, but still, a question came up that the process for drafting the ballot explanations. Someone asked if there might be an opportunity for public feedback on the draft at ballot explanations.
Correct. That's what we're intending.
Okay.
So, it's part of your packet. It's part, online. We've been soliciting people, for proponents and opponents to come forward. We have summaries, town council summaries for the cannabis question and the debt exclusion. We haven't done the levy override because that was a moving target. But we'll have town council summaries of all the questions in the next couple of days. But because of chapter 53, section 18B, tomorrow, this end of the sixth floor will tell that end of the sixth floor that you've done these questions. Then that clock starts ticking on the 7 days for us to solicit proponents and opponents. And then another 7 days to kind of finalize that. So in the next 14 days, I would love for proponents and opponents to come forward and, volunteer and show us, what they have in mind for advocacy. They can advocate, their position, but these aren't statements of the town, but there's going to be some,
Editing.
light touch to make sure that they're at least
You
accurate.
can't lie.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And it has to be coherent.
Right. So we're not going to get, town council's office isn't going to get into,
Substance.
reworking them, but we need some level of review to make sure they're germane, they're accurate, they're, something that the town can put behind. There will be a caveat, of course, that we're not responsible for all these statements, but we're not just going to take anything from anybody and put it on a mailer that is then sent to tens of thousands of households. So what I'd want to do is have those town council summaries and the proponents and opponents, draft versions available for people. And, and then people can comment. They might lobby to say, the opponents should say this. Well, if you're coming from a supporter, you don't get to say that, but if opponents, are conflicted among themselves as to what should be said, we'll try to work that out. If someone has a concern over what the town council summary says, we can't advocate, but I'll be willing to listen, if they want some more fact. Sure, we can do something with that. So I wouldn't anticipate a public process. The statute talks about all these documents are public, and I don't think it's just fair for us to hide it. And on the 14th day, put it out into the public for, people to see and not have any input.
Okay.
So you mentioned a web page that people can use to post their comments. Where can that be found?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant the draft that the memo I did for the 20 is on the town's website now.
Okay.
So they get
to
to
your
see
office?
It's in the packet.
your packet.
Well, no, for the public who wants to go to that.
So right now they can go to the agenda, but now that this has all been approved, so there is a dedicated page on the website for this override that just
Okay.
went live. It will be updated to reflect tonight's information, which includes some change to the potential questions, finalized language, all of that. If you go to brooklinema.gov, highlight government, there is now a separate page on there that says FY 24-26 override and debt exclusion. You click there, there are frequently asked questions and many of the files that have been used in developing this. There's also some helpful visualizations, frequently asked questions, links to the state information. This is not an advocacy page. This is a page about information on the override. But the town council's memo will be posted there as well, so that people can review the questions.
Good.
That
Yeah,
sounds like
sorry.
good preparation. Thank you.
Yeah.
But this is not like a Wikipedia page. People can't just put.
No, there's no. You cannot.
What,
vandalize it.
you have a problem with Wikipedia?
You
I'm
can't-
just kidding.
You can't blanket, you can't blanket and say that you wrote Shakespeare. No.
Right.
Uh,
I'm sorry, John, did you?
No,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
no.
I want to go, I have to go back to the town meeting question again.
Okay.
If we lobby Tommy or Cindy Cream or can there be language put in that we could change the warrant, like after it's executed? Is that at all
that's
an
not-
option?
Be better to lobby for the House version, which allows a hybrid meeting.
Senate version, actually.
No, but I
Oh, it's the
mean,
other way around?
The other way
Oh,
around.
okay.
but I mean, what I mean is language that says that after we've executed the warrant,
Yeah.
we could go back and amend that.
Ooh,
decision.
that's a home rule petition. Good luck.
Well, I mean,
So we couldn't-
Oh, I see. You mean,
You're
put it
right.
at-
If they
yeah,
haven't
yeah, yeah.
reconciled.
Yeah,
the-
you
at
could,
this stage,
yeah.
you could always contact them.
Right.
It hasn't been finalized. It's late, it's late in the game.
Very
So
late,
it would be
yeah.
a long shot, but it's not
Very
impossible.
late.
Correct.
And they would need the
Me?
help of
Yeah.
Yeah,
representatives.
okay. I will talk
Western
to, I will
Massachusetts.
talk to State Representative.
Yeah.
Catala.
So
Rural-
Yeah, I think at this stage, they're trying to get it out the door in advance of the 31st. So late breaking changes are tough. But it's not impossible. So it is definitely something that. if-
I have a pretty good idea what he's going to say, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, anything else on that?
Unless
Anything
you
else
have other
from town
questions for me.
council?
All right,
Okay.
I promise not to be an idiot about pursuing the
There are no
the hybrid
idiots.
thing.
There are no idiotic questions.
Look, we gotta, there's.
I just want to get some, mostly I'm interested in
I just-
going forward.
Return for the COTS thing is probably gonna last longer than I want it to, unless you think it'll be quick.
No, it's not.
We still
gonna be
need
quick.
to,
Close the hearing?
nope. Melissa, are we doing the special
Wait, where are we?
within?
I thought we were done.
No, that'll be
Annual.
next week, Devin. That'll be next, that'll be next week.
We're on number 16.
Public hearings.
Okay, so yeah, so we're leaving the warrant and we're going to public hearing.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we take a?
Yeah, let's take a bit.
So you know what, while you take your break, I'm gonna go home.
Okay, and hurry up so you can get on.
I will hurry up. I don't want to miss the public hearing about wood and bark, because
Wood and bark.
wood and bark, that is riveting stuff right there. Oh, I'm gonna have to be very strategic about which nights and for how long to show up. It's a disaster for me. When we first started coming back here,
hearings on the articles. The first four were presented last week, but they were not noticed. Well, they were not no public hearings, and we held off the public hearing portion till this week. So Wood and Bark is an annual article where the select board are required to appoint a measure of wood and bark. The recommendation on that article is favorable action. Compensating balances allows the treasurer to keep deposits with the bank in order to avoid bank service charges. The recommendation on that is favorable action. Unpaid bills is an article in case we have any bills from the prior year that need to be paid. As of this moment, there are no unpaid bills. So the recommendation on that article is no action. And the property tax assessment is the annual doubling of certain property tax assessments for a specific class of taxpayers that Rashid presented last week. The recommendation on that is favorable action as well. So those are the first four. If the board wants to notice their public hearing on those four, and then we can go into the articles that we haven't covered yet.
Okay, so let's open the public hearing on those four items.
At this time, there are 12 virtual attendees and none in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, any discussion on these four items? Okay, let's see, we've noticed this for a possible vote, so why don't we vote?
Close the hearing.
Yeah. Close the hearing. Hearing is thereby closed, therefore, whatever. Okay, I move favorable action on warrant article. We don't have a number, though, do we?
1, 2, 3, 4.
We do? Okay, could you, what are they?
Article 1, Article 3, Article 5, and Article 6.
Oh, that's right. 2 is labor.
Bargaining, yeah.
Okay, so property tax assessments, Article 6. So.
Correct.
Okay, so I move favorable action on warrant article 1, measure of wood and bark. All in favor is John.
Aye.
Is Miriam online?
She's not yet.
Okay, Mike.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. I move favorable action on compensating balances. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Miriam's on.
Miriam's on, okay. Unpaid bills, do we need to vote no action? Yes, we do, right?
Yes. The recommendation is no action on unpaid bills.
Okay. So I move no action on unpaid bills. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Warrant Article 6, property tax assessments. All in favor, I move favorable action. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next. What number is the next one?
Article
Melissa?
15.
15?
Yep, 15, the DOER pilot. I believe Tom Barrasso's here.
Okay, good.
Did we not discuss this?
You did just
No.
a couple weeks ago, but it
Oh.
wasn't the public hearing. So this is the
Oh,
formal.
okay, this is a public hearing.
Yes,
All
it should
right.
be quick because you just heard about it.
Yeah,
Hey, Tom.
That's what I'm thinking.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here for any questions, or would you like an introduction again to the bill or to the warrant article?
Do we need further
Let's
discussion?
have an introduction, if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay. Give us a brief introduction.
Sure,
For our benefit as well as the benefit of anyone listening at home.
Okay, so what's before you, let me switch my screen here a little bit. There you go, that's better. So what's before you is a warrant article for Brookline to participate in Mass DOER's pilot for a fossil-free infrastructure with respect to new construction and major renovations. So as you know, we put forth a home rule petition to do this, which was shot down by the AG's office. And so before the Baker administration was over, Governor Baker signed off and gave DOER permission to sort of execute a 10-community pilot study. So that's what we need to sort of participate in. So this is an opportunity for us to sort of test out and figure out whether or not this will definitely work with the other 10 communities. It is essentially an extension of our opt-in stretch code. We have all We Are Green community. We have the regular stretch code. We opted into the specialized stretch code, and now this will take it one step further by mandating that all new construction and major renovations be completely fossil free.
Okay, any questions? Miriam, any questions? No? Okay. So I move
None.
Public hearing.
public hearing.
At this time, there are 9 virtual attendees and none in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Therefore, I close the public hearing. I move favorable action on warrant Article 15, amending Article 5.9 of the town's general bylaws to amend the stretch energy code in accordance with Mass DOER pilot program. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, what article is the CPA?
The next article is Article 8, the CPA budget. I believe Tina McCarthy is here from the Planning Department to present on this article.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Tina McCarthy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So you have before you the CPA warrant article. This was submitted by the Planning Department as voted by the CPC, Community Preservation Committee. And just so that everyone is totally on the same page, we are not spending money on projects in this budget. Really, we're only accessing the administrative funds at this time. We are currently doing the community preservation plan in preparation to have projects. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? How about the public, Devin?
At this time, there are 9 virtual attendees and none in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. I think I opened the hearing. All right. Okay. So I will close the hearing now. And do we want to vote? I mean, we haven't discussed this before. Okay, Devin's saying yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to discuss. The decision has been, I think we're all aware, the decision has been to let's wait, accumulate funds, and then let the committee figure out what it's going to do.
Okay, good.
Recommend.
I move favorable action on warrant Article 8, Community Preservation Program budget. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, what article is this? That's
Next
the
is Article 11. This is coming from CTOS. I believe Dick Benka and Seanlyn Jones are in the audience on the response to the select board recommendations on town meeting articles and advisory committee as well. So I'll turn it over to Dick and to Sean.
Thank you. Sean, I think we'll be taking the lead on this.
Well, if you say so, Dick, I'll go ahead. Well,
A lot of you are familiar with the background, so I'll go through it as quickly as I can. But basically, this article is about the problem of too many warrant articles, too little time. And this is a real problem, as you probably know as well as anyone else. But it's also a documented problem. We've had a 50% increase in the average number of warrant articles per town meeting since 2018. And even if some of those can be combined and some of them are simple and some of them aren't moved, it all adds up. And compared to 20 years ago, it is indeed a 50% increase. We used to have 20 or 30 per town meeting. Now we have 35 or 40, sometimes more. That average may come down just a little bit because it looks like we're only going to have 24 or 25 articles for this town meeting, but it's still historically quite high. And in dealing with this issue, we've tried to think about how to balance between not overburdening the select board and the advisory committee, not to mention town meeting itself, which includes many members who are worried about the number of articles, but also giving town meeting the information it needs to make decisions on these articles and recommendations from the select board that are helpful and that are based on the select board's unique perspective and access to information. And then broadly, there's the need to balance the review process or have a review process that serves the public and engages the community, particularly through public hearings. As you know, at the May and the November 2022 town meetings, the select board conducted an experiment and decided not to make recommendations on every single article. Maybe half or 2/3 did have recommendations, the others didn't. And then the select board submitted Article 5 for the November 2022 town meeting that would have removed the bylaw requirement that the board offer reports and recommendations on all warrant articles. That was referred to CTOS. We've been considering it. We've had quite a few meetings and hearings, some of which involved select board members. And those meetings and hearings raised a lot of interesting points. Particularly, we heard again and again that there's a real need to have the select board hold public hearings, given the prominence of the board, the fact that the hearings are televised, and hearings can reveal information that you might not expect, even on the most routine articles. One example was a few years ago, we had an article on an easement for a gas line that everyone thought would be non-controversial. It was very simple. And of course, that turned out to be a very important debate at town meeting. It raised issues of climate change and was not nearly as simple as it initially appeared. And we also were told that it was very important to strike a balance between flexibility and accountability. So we hope we've managed to hit the sweet spot in striking that balance. We have three components to this warrant article. And I will say right away, one way we've reduced the number of warrant articles this year is to have really 3 in 1 here, but that still will save time and speeches can be shorter and so on. But we could have split this into 3. On the advice of the moderator, we combined it into 1 because these are such closely related topics. The first component of this article amends the same section of the bylaws that Article 5 would have amended last November. But it does not remove the requirement that the select board and the advisory committee make recommendations on all warrant articles so explicitly and so clearly. Instead, it reaffirms that the select board and advisory committee must hold public hearings on all articles, and even I think strengthens that language, recognizes that the select board may decide not to offer a recommendation on every article, but when it doesn't, it must explain why. And then it also suggests that the select board give priority to what, to use shorthand, we call the big 5 categories of warrant article that really are, the select board's bailiwick. Articles that might be home rule petitions, bylaw amendments that come from the select board or a town department or commission itself, that appropriate funds. And the other category is that authorize the town to enter into binding agreements. Some of those will be routine, but all of them really are coming from the select board or tap into the select board's responsibilities as the executive branch of town government. So those deserve priority, at least when the select board decides which articles to make recommendations on. And we also introduced by cross-reference the amendment to section 2.2.6 of the general bylaws that was made in November 2020 that says the advisory committee doesn't have to consider every warrant article and doesn't have to make a recommendation on every warrant article. We thought we should make it clear that since town meeting overwhelmingly voted for that change, it should be referred to in section 2.5.2 as well. And there's been general satisfaction with the way the advisory committee has operated, and it's been very rare in which it's opted not to make a recommendation. So since town meeting voted that recently, we thought we should not mess with it just yet. Thanks to Marty Rosenthal for a lot of input on some of these ideas. This is not entirely his proposal, but he, as a member of the public and a former select board member and a former CTOS member, was very much engaged here. There are two other aspects to our warrant article. It amends Article 3.22, which is the other part of the bylaw that requires public hearings. And I'll let Dick summarize that succinctly because he's much better at it than I am. And he drafted this particular change.
Thank you. Dick Benka, also for the Committee on Town Organization and Structure. Article 3.22 now requires a public hearing by committees in the town before their quote first or only vote on a warrant article. And CTO&S felt that it was appropriate to clear up that language, clean it up a little bit, clarify it a little bit. And what we now say is that a town committee must hold a public hearing if it's going to report or make a recommendation to town meeting. What we wanted to deal with was a situation where a committee might, in passing, discuss or consider a warrant article and decide that they did not want to get involved or felt that it was inappropriate for them to be involved in making a recommendation or a report on that article. And we felt that in that case where they were not taking any position at all, it was not necessary or appropriate to require that committee to hold a public hearing before their first or only vote, if that vote was a vote not to take a position. So this basically just says if a town or school committee is going to make a report or make a recommendation to town meeting, then they should hold a public hearing.
There's one other component to the warrant article, and that would amend section 2.1.3 to increase the period from the closing of the warrant to the first night of town meeting from the current 75 days to 90 days. The simple reason for this is that the 75-day period was established back when we might have 15 or 20 warrant articles, and we're obviously having many more than that, even with the relatively low number we seem to have for the upcoming annual town meeting. And particularly for the advisory committee, but I think for the select board too, it's been a sort of a mad scramble to try to schedule, particularly for the annual town meeting, to do the budget reviews, the hearings and everything in that 75-day period. So adding a couple more weeks gives a little bit more latitude to both the select board and the advisory committee. That of course can be, if there are the emergency provisions that are already there, there is also the possibility of a special town meeting within the town meeting, should something come up after the closing of the warrant, and just as it does now. We also thought more generally about this problem, and our explanation, which is essentially our report from CTOS as a result of the referral, lists a number of ideas, some of which involve the select board itself, with or without home rule petitions, delegating more of its responsibilities to subcommittees and or the town administrator. And I have to tell you, while we were having dinner, my wife and I were watching this meeting. Despite that, she did not threaten to divorce me, but she said, why on earth are the select board talking so long about an open air parking license? Is that really the best use of their time? And that question, did come up in our discussions, and in terms of how much time the select board devotes to certain topics. We also have a number of ideas, such as why force the staff to write reports on warrant articles where there's no controversy and where the advisory committee has already written a report. Some of those you just voted on might be in this category. The select board report can just say, we agree with the advisory committee. And that in fact avoids redundancy for town meeting members who are now confronted with two almost identical reports on compensating balances, unpaid bills, and other routine warrant articles that hardly ever provoke disagreement. One of the other ideas that we don't claim credit for, but it's certainly come up before and we mentioned it, is requiring 50 signatures or more instead of the current 10. And another warrant article, not our warrant article, will advance that. So town meeting will have a chance to discuss that. We weren't sure whether that would help or not, but it might be interesting to try, and town meeting will certainly have a chance to consider it. But we included those ideas because we didn't want to be accused of just dealing with the symptoms and not the basic causes of the problem. And some of those ideas, especially just the more general idea that it's not always necessary to have a warrant article, even though it's always important to have the option. Sometimes things can be worked out without actually taking it to town meeting, need to be kind of ingrained in the way we think about how to solve problems. And the select board needs to consider how it does business in a way that it's not, spending time on a lot of issues that maybe it needn't spend time on. But those are issues to be discussed without, getting into these warrant articles. We thought we couldn't ignore putting those ideas out there so people could think about them. They may not all be good ideas, but we wanted to stimulate that broader conversation as well as the three proposals here. So I don't know if Dick has anything to add at the end or if you have questions, but I covered, I think, everything.
If I may, please let me make 4 quick points. With regard to the thoughts at the end of our report, CTO&S did not take a position on any of them. We are not recommending, nor are we discouraging consideration or rejecting any of those ideas. Secondly, with regard to open air parking and other licenses, as you may recall, there was a home rule petition that was filed that sought to relieve the select board of the requirement to consider open air parking and a variety of other licenses. That died in the last legislative session. My understanding is that it will be refiled or has been refiled. The board may know at this point exactly the status of that, but that town meeting has already acted on that issue. And just 2 other quick points. With regard to public hearings, the CTO&S report did include a memo from town council's office that made clear that the select board, or indeed any committee in town, has the ability to impose reasonable restrictions on public hearings. There is not a legal requirement that everybody be allowed to speak at a public hearing. If 50 people show up to speak at a public hearing, the board or any committee can set a reasonable time limit on individual speakers and on the total discussion time devoted to a warrant article. So there is control over that, and simply saying that there must be a public hearing is not opening the door to unlimited time and commitment on the part of the board or any committee. And finally, the select board and the advisory committee or any committee has the ability to control the length, the breadth, the depth, the extent of their reports, and to decide whether to make a recommendation or not. And as Sean suggested, the select board or any committee can adopt the report of another board or committee, or could simply say, we support this and here's our vote, and go from that starting point. So those are my 4 points, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike.
I have 3 things. First of all, in terms of moving from 75 days to 90 days for opening the warrant, presumably, I mean, there's still a scramble. Once the warrant is closed, as we found out this evening, then hearings and so forth can be scheduled. Are you assuming that you'll back up by 2 weeks so that the warrant, for example, will be, open the beginning of August? I mean, what is the thought about how this actually works in practice?
I think what you said, Mike, is what would happen. There would still be a period of approximately 30 days in which the warrant is open.
Yeah.
And that would begin 15 days earlier, essentially, than
Okay.
it currently does. So there
Right.
would then be a 90-day interval.
All right.
We're not suggesting that the town meetings be held at different times, just that the process begin 15 days earlier to
Right,
allow
right.
that 90-day period for hearings and other discussion of the articles.
All right. And with regard to the comment about how much we spend on open air parking lots and so forth, I'm sure we all appreciate your advice. When it comes to flexibility and accountability, I think you've done really pretty good job with the advisory committee. But the article that the select board submitted and that was then referred to you folks was about the select board. And of course, that's not what you've done with us. So I'm going to have to vote against this, even though I think you've made some very useful suggestions in here, because I don't feel like we've been given the flexibility and accountability that we asked for and that we frankly need.
My hand is up, Bernard.
Yeah, Miriam.
Thank you. I just want to echo actually what Mike just said. I mean, I appreciate all the work that you've done, but I don't see how this relieves the workload or pressure for the select board. We have to have a public hearing on everything. And if we decide not to make a comment on something, we have to make a comment on why we're not making a comment on it, which means we're making a comment on it. So I really don't see how it changes anything at all for us. It doesn't reduce. In fact, it's the opposite of reducing our burden, because now you're really encoding the fact that we have to have a public hearing on Wooden Bark. And then we have to actually say why we don't want to make a comment on Wooden Bark. So this is a no for me, but thank you for all your work.
I would just point out that this is a huge change from the existing bylaw.
But
it is
not a
not
better
nearly
one.
as flexible as the Article 5 proposal of the select board from November. But the current bylaw says that the select board shall prepare reports and recommendations on all warrant articles. This proposal says the select board need not prepare recommendations on all warrant articles, but it should tell town meeting why it's not preparing a recommendation when it doesn't. And well, I can't speak for the select board, but I would think the select board would know why it's not offering a recommendation and could explain that.
But
The
you-
public
we
hearing
think it's a
requirement.
distinction without a difference, John.
Thank you. That's exactly
But the
right.
key thing is that this no longer requires the select board to make recommendations on all warrant articles.
But it does, because we have to actually justify why we're not making a recommendation. It doesn't reduce the workload. As Mike said, it's a distinction without a difference.
Well, it
I
does
think-
reduce the workload significantly, because our recommendation or our reason for not making a recommendation could be as simple as it's irrelevant or it's something along those lines.
The one thing I'll
The
say to you
select
is,
board has full discretion over explain what that reason is and how concise it is. Bernard, you're absolutely right.
the one thing I'll say to you is that on the advisory committee, when we talked about whether or not to hold a hearing and make to make a recommendation, it took us as long to do that as it did to actually process the article in the normal way. And I'll bet that that's exactly what happens when we come to try to
When we
define
come to
why we're not making
If
a
I'm in
recommendation.
charge, it will not be a problem.
Good.
John?
Uh,
Oh, you had your hand up.
No. I was just resting on my hand. So I generally feel that this is a sincere attempt to help the select board with its procedures. But on the other hand, you're hearing from two out of four already who don't find it all that helpful. And I think that given that, we got to sort of maybe CTOS needs to listen to some of the critique they've gotten tonight and perhaps do a little bit of changing to what they've drafted for the next go round. But I don't think this quite sort of matches with what select board regards as being the goal of making any changes as to procedures. And I do worry about the timetables. not perfectly lining up with the administrative timetables for getting us through, all of the administrative requirements of preparing for a town meeting and executing on articles.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public itching to talk?
At this time, there are 6 virtual attendees and none in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So let's close the public hearing. What is your what do you want to do?
May I make a comment?
Sure.
If your excuse me, if your concern is with having to provide a reason for a decision not to make a recommendation, that would be an amendment that I think would be within the scope of the article. You would just take out the words "or a decision not to make a recommendation." But the language is in there now in the draft. It could come out by amendment, I believe. What we really tried to do was to tread a middle ground between the Article 5 that the Select Board proposed, which essentially removed the word "all" and eliminated any effective requirement to hold public hearings or to make reports or recommendations, and the existing language, which imposed those of the existing bylaw, which imposed those obligations on the Select Board. And what we tried to preserve was the obligation for a public hearing, which again could be controlled by the Select Board. Preserve that, but provide the flexibility not to make a report or a recommendation. If the thing that is sticking in your craw is that particular language about having to give a reason for a decision not to make a recommendation, you have the opportunity to suggest that as an amendment, to make that as an amendment, and to vote it with that amendment, I believe.
So one of the things that Sean referenced the fact correctly that there were Select Board members who attended a couple of your meetings, and one of the things that I said was, how about giving us the same authority that you have given to advisory subcommittees, which is to allow a subcommittee of the Select Board to make a recommendation so that the entire Select Board can divide up things in a way that spreads the load a little bit and doesn't involve all of us in some of the things that are not as significant. But you haven't chosen to do that, and I wonder if you can tell me why.
I think that was one of the ideas we mentioned as an additional possible step to consider. The thing that really, made us stop from doing that in this warrant article was the uncertainty as to whether those subcommittee hearings would be televised. Because particularly now that this town doesn't have a print newspaper, and maybe it will again at some point, the televised Select Board hearings are very important as a means of public information and engagement. And I don't know whether the bylaw certainly couldn't guarantee that subcommittee hearings would be televised, and there was uncertainty as to whether they would be. And that led a lot of people to say, well, unless we can be sure of that, let's not make that amendment. But it would be a relatively easy amendment to insert using the same language that the subcommittees, the advisory committee, have now in the bylaw.
So we do have a capability of having Zoom meetings after all. With that, and honestly, I have no idea how many people watch on television versus joining via Zoom. But especially with regard to town meeting members, we ascertained at the last, I think the last time we did a remote meeting, we found that every single town meeting member had internet access. Some of them were traveling, and so they had to phone in. But Zoom is pretty close to being universal. It's probably as close to being universal as television is. And so and certainly cable television. A lot of people have cut the cord to Comcast, and so they don't get big. What is the issue with having subcommittee hearings on Zoom?
If I could just add another thought, Mike, thank you. Not only are the select board hearings televised, but they also are the one regularly scheduled time. Generally, you know that on Tuesday evening, that is when the select board is going to be meeting. And that is not necessarily true of subcommittee meetings, subcommittee hearings for the advisory committee, nor would it be true for subcommittee hearings for the select board necessarily. So I think the combination of the fact that the select board meetings where the public hearings of the select board would be held are the one regularly scheduled and the one publicly televised opportunity to focus on articles, for petitioners to explain their articles, and for the public to be informed were the factors that led CTONS to we did consider the subcommittee option, but that combination of factors led us to believe that the select board could and should be the place where the public hearings were held, particularly given the opinion of town council that controlling the time of those and the burden of those was completely within your control, as long as it was reasonable and not content-based.
So Marty Rosenthal has asked to speak, and I'd like to give him that opportunity. But first, I want to sort of chime in on this issue of subcommittees. My concern or my problem with a subcommittee holding hearings, even on minor articles, is that the subcommittee is not the select board, right? So
It's true of the advisory committee subcommittees as well, even more so.
Well, that's true, but I think it's more important with respect to the select board, because in a subcommittee, you don't have the back and forth among all the board members that may enlighten us as to whether a particular article really has some substance, and should be discussed among all of us so that we get everyone's viewpoint and understanding in. So I mean that's mainly my concern.
Well,
I would just say for CPONS, we did not rule out the subcommittee option, but we didn't think it was a clear winner that should be included in what was already a long warrant article. If the select board wanted to put this before town meeting, it might be outside the scope of this warrant article, but you certainly could convene a special within the town meeting if you wanted to push the idea. But we, like we've just heard in this discussion, we're conflicted over whether this was a good or a bad option, but thought it might be worth further consideration.
Okay, Mike.
I think, Bernard, a few minutes ago, you asked, well, what should we do with this? And I think the answer is, I would move for no action on this, and recognize that in fact we may be able to propose an amendment that would change that recommendation. We'll have an opportunity to do that. Certainly, we have between now and town meeting. So that's where I would like to go.
I would just say two things on that. One, as a practical matter, usually on matters that are contended like this, you tend to wait. That's your typical practice.
And I think this is a good practice, so we can absorb, this discussion.
The other thing is more practical matters. I think advisory is making this up, and it may come back to you with an advisory amendment. So rather than voting on it seriatim a bunch of times, you can just vote on it once and up or down next week. Be my recommendation.
Do you know when the advisory is taking it up?
Melissa, they just sent a revised schedule out. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Because it seems to me that we should have a representative of the select board making our case there.
If you give me a minute, I can look it up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
See which not for a while, not until April 13th.
April 13th.
Is there any reason why we can't wait that long?
You
That's
can-
a long time.
Yeah, you can wait, you can wait that long. Again, your typical practice.
Yeah.
So it's up to you how,
Right.
I would just recommend, given your past practice, that you wait a week at least.
Yeah. Okay, I know what Mike wants.
No, I'll wait a week. I don't mind, but I think April 13th, I'm putting April 13th into my calendar so that I can represent at least my point of view at the advisory committee. This is a subcommittee or the full, because they won't take public comment at a full
I
hearing.
believe that's the full committee.
That's
All
the
right.
full meet. That's the full. The subcommittee meetings haven't been scheduled yet.
Okay, Melissa, if you can, I'll watch for it, but also if you can let me know if you see it pop up in the subcommittee, I'd appreciate
Will
it.
do. Will do.
So the idea is that we'll take this up again, not next week, but after at least the subcommittee votes?
Yeah, let's see what they do.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Because they might amend the language for us.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on.
Marty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. We're reopening the hearing so that Marty Rosenthal can make a comment.
You
Am I in, I think?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah, thanks. So I won't introduce myself again. I'll just say very briefly that I think the biggest objection that I've heard is that you have to give a reason for not giving a recommendation. And I think that really is a lot ado about very little, because Sean did a masterful job on listing criteria for things that should be positions by the select board. I think there were 5 of them, if I'm not mistaken, 5 categories. I think that the general rule of thumb on what the board over the years did not do recommendations fell into much simpler criteria. There's probably 4 or 5 boilerplate sentences that you could choose from. You could have it on your agenda for the vote and pick number 4. This has nothing to do with the town. Or number 2, this is a ministerial thing like wooden bark. I mean, I really think you're making a little too big a deal out of that. And secondly, as to that, I think it's part of the theory of why there was a consensus on CTONS, which I shared, that a petitioner should have an opportunity to be heard by the full select board, even briefly, in the eyes of the public, etc. And that's the corollary to that in my mind is, if you're not going to take a position, it's a fair thing to do to the petitioner to give them a reason and put it on the record that you can have that multiple choice again. So I just don't think that's a big deal. Anyway, that's it. And I very much appreciate Sean and Dick and the whole CTOS for the work they did on this.
Good. Thank you, Marty.
Bernard,
Yes. Who's
I
that,
have a
Miriam?
comment. That was
Sounds like
Miriam,
Miriam.
sorry. The voice in the air. That was Miriam. I have a comment. May I?
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Rosenthal, I don't appreciate having my concerns dismissed. This warrant article directly affects me. That's how I feel. Clearly you feel differently because you were involved in some of the creation of this warrant article as it is. So I'm telling you what my concern is. I'm telling you, I'm not going to support it unless the language is amended, period. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think he was questioning your right to have that concern
It felt very dismissive.
any more than I was.
Well,
But
no,
we're saying the
I
same
don't,
thing.
I didn't think you were, first of all, you're on the select board. You have a right. This really directly affects you. Second of all, it felt very dismissive to me of my concerns and Mike's concerns, which is why I felt compelled to say something.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close this reopened hearing and move on to the next item. And we've agreed to take this up after the subcommittee hearing, sometime after who knows when. Let's see, what is the next item?
Article
Was that the
14
last one?
is a proposal from Roger Blood on changing the threshold
right.
for developer payments to the Housing Trust Fund, and Roger's here to present.
Okay. Okay, Roger.
Good
What say
evening.
you?
Good evening, Bernard. Thanks for inviting me for your closeout item tonight. I'm Roger Blood from the Housing Advisory Board, and the the article you have before you is initiated by the Housing Advisory Board with unanimous support from the members. It's an amendment to the inclusionary zoning article. This may be the first article ever in Brookline where the word count of the article is 0, because the article is simply changing one number in the rest of the inclusionary zoning section of the bylaw. For quite some time, inclusionary zoning has allowed applicants, developers to have a choice between putting on-site units in their project for the 15% affordable component, or paying a formula-based lump sum amount into the Housing Trust Fund. Whereas I think the HAB members, as trustees of the fund, have developed a pretty good track record over the years of leveraging that money and creating a greater number of affordable units, but with some time lag. The present bylaw gives this choice within a range of units in a project, a proposed project, between 4 at the lower end, excuse me, and 19 at the upper end. This the article was expanded to 19 several years back in the desire to allow the inclusionary zoning to extract as much cash payments as possible for the trust fund, as that was almost our sole source of revenue for the trust fund. At this time, excuse me, we're proposing to reduce the upper limit of the choice from 19 down to 10, so that the 15% of units in a proposed project, instead of being 3 on-site units at the current 19, would be reduced to a minimum of 2 affordable units at 10 times 15%, or 11 actually. The main reason, as you've seen probably in the explanation for doing this at this particular time, is that we know starting next year, the trust fund is very likely to have another significant second source of funding on an ongoing basis, and that of course is the CPA fund that is going to be in the process of being set up now. So there's not as much pressure for funding just from the single source within the bylaw itself, and the result of this change will produce a small number of additional units over time, because now they're from 11 units to 19 units in proposed projects, which there are a few, but not that many, will no longer have the cash option for the developer. So that's the extent of it. It's about as simple of a change as you could possibly get. 0 words.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Any discussion from the select board? This is a public hearing, so let's open up. I'm sorry, Miriam or John? I saw Mike say no.
Well, quick question here. Hi, Roger. Have there been boards that have reviewed this and signed off on it?
There haven't, although the way the HAB is structured, as you know, we have a permanent seat, not only from your board, but from the planning board, and Steve Hyken, the chair of the planning board, is a HAB member and has been involved in all of this. And actually, in the discussions that I had leading up to the creation of it, And so while he doesn't speak for the whole planning board, he's very much in support of this.
Thanks.
Miriam, do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Okay. In my opinion, but that's just my opinion because I may know a little bit more about this. Yeah. Excuse me.
You all right?
Are we ready to vote or do you want to
I am.
vote off? Yeah, I am.
I'm ready.
Miriam?
Yeah, I can vote.
Okay. What number is this?
16?
16.
Oh, let me
Yeah.
double check. Listen, you remember, I'm sorry. No, this is not 16.
Article 14.
Okay. Okay, I move favorable action on warrant article 14. With respect to inclusionary zoning. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Roger. Devin, is that that's the last article, right? Okay, my notes seem to be messed up. Okay, that's the end of the meeting and we will now end it.
All
Thank you,
right.
everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.